How's your week going, Foxy? Have I ever won a bee over with a lawnmower? Not yet. But that's what today's for. Okay, hey, Walter, Moss, and Osama. And Terraria gamers. Yesterday, we killed the Bland Cthulhu, and that leaves Skeletron, Queen Bee, Deoclops today. Hey, Necromata. Please behave yourself today. Skeletron, Queen Bee, Deoclops. And I think Queen Bee is the best target to hit first. Depending on how long it takes, we might also get through Deoclops. I think Skeletron would be tomorrow. What do I get from Deoclops? Nothing, I just want to kill him. Before doing that, though, I would like to explore the jungle, because I would like a staff of regrowth. And it would also be nice if I could get like a lava charm to try to get Terra Spark boots or something, given how hard lava hits and don't dig up. I did some shimmer forging off stream to get my Spectre boots and Obsidian shield to warding. I'll also probably need to get some mushrooms for more regeneration potions. I think besides that, a bit of off-stream farming. Well, it's mostly just sitting next to the shimmer and then throwing it in the shimmer and then recrafting it for like 20 or 30 minutes until you get the reforge you want, which is really boring to do on stream. Am I gonna make Terra Spark boots? Probably, if I get the option to. Given that it's don't dig up and lava hits for 200 damage, having lava immunity is really helpful. Okay. Oh, I also need to build houses. I'm really lacking houses right now. Okay. I'll probably go mining first. I think that'll be the first step. You got any money for me? 63 silver. Will I do Empress of Light? Nighttime? Yeah, probably. Daytime? No, definitely not. These banners out of here. I don't think I'll need this flipper anymore, but I'll keep it in the accessories chest. Right now, we are... Eye of Cthulhu, King Slime, Brain of Cthulhu down. Dark Lance for anything. Probably won't need the Imp Staff for anything either. I don't need the banners I sold for when I go back to farming. No? I already placed down the banners. There's not any reason I would need more of them. Oh, you know what I would like to do? I would like to get some Antlion Manticles for mining potions. I think I could kill Antlions pretty easily. Now that I've figured out how to work around with them. Hey, Centerpiece Reese. Mowing the mushrooms, yeah. Unfortunately, it was exceedingly ineffective at trying to mow those mushrooms. What did I find out about antlions? Oh, the same thing that I was doing for blood crawlers and mimics. I just make the block swapped platform hoik that prevents them from going forward, and then I can attack them. You're almost on time. Yeah, I started late today because my internet was not doing well for like an hour before now. But I fixed it. Yeah, I don't mind using 10x spawns much, because it mostly just saves time. With stuff like that AFK farming. Does this connect back up? Yeah, it does. Let me get some more cactus too while I'm here. Up here? Oh, no, it's up there. No, the logical thing to do is nothing else, because I'm never doing another low damage run after this. Terraria gamers, this is the last one. There's not really anywhere else to go from here, nor am I interested in going there. The next logical step is to do nothing. What will I stream then? Not low damage Terraria runs. I suspect Moon Lord will probably be in the triple digits for time spent. Yeah, Molly. Hey, Torval. You like the Underground Desert OST, but usually too afraid of Antlanders to go there? You could always get it in a music box, and then move it somewhere else so you could listen to the music. Might do some other challenge runs, like 1 HP Terraria. I mean, I'll do more Terraria challenge runs, but they're not going to be low damage runs. Hey, no, go back. Oh, because there's sand on top of it. On the Phantom Wiki, the recipe for the sword fly meal is used with 5 stink bugs and a platinum broadsword. But according to the Phantom Wiki, the golden broadsword is con... What? I'm confused. The Fandom Wiki's trash, though. Don't use it. Okay, 2 more mandibles. How did they do that? How did... They got... Yo, the mandible blade. He's Why are antlions gods? I can't... He threw a sand block to elevate himself out of my lawnmower's hitbox. I've been fine, Nekomata. Any recipe that uses a golden sword should also be able to use a platinum sword, because the two are interchangeable for the vast majority of purposes. 8 mandibles should be enough. That's plenty. I suspect it's just somebody changed the name on the fandom wiki because they thought it was funny. It's usually how those things go. Okay. Potions. I'll take the lasagna for the food, the mining speed buff. And then... take teleportation, hunter. Wabwager? Wabwager? Nah. I'll make some, mining potions, though. Okay, that should be a pretty good mining speed. We got ambrosia as well. Let me put in the ancient chisel, probably for shark tooth. I don't think I'm going to be doing too much there. In worst case, I could always swap it in again. Yeah, let's see if this takes us to the jungle. Okay, let's see if this takes us to the jungle. Okay, we are not at the jungle. We could mine to the surface, though. Not very far from it, I don't think. No, we could just go to the jungle. Oh, cabin key. Maybe those defender medals. Hope you didn't ruin my day. No, it's fine. I don't think we have to keep talking about what happened to the previous stream, though. I think we can just move past it. You know, I could, get mushrooms using these... by purifying these mushrooms on the surface. I'll probably do that. Because... I think it'd be the easiest way to amass a large number quickly. I think I have 15 powder at the moment. I suspect this is the underground desert. Yeah, it's the underground desert. So past this... I could probably just look for where the temple is, because the temple should be on the surface. And if I see where the temple is, I can just go right in front of it, and that should... okay, that would give me, like, 30 mushrooms, which probably be, like, 40, 45 regen potions, which should be plenty. The thing is, the evil biomes are kind of naturally contained, Centerpiece Reese. Because there are glowing mushroom biomes. Between it and most of the world. At least, like, on the surface, I think there's a lot of glowing mushroom stuff. And the underworld's safe because of glowing mushroom biomes, which were your houses are. Do I play Don't Starve together? If so, what's my favorite character? I have not played Don't Starve in a little while, but I used to play it a decent amount, and I usually played Wort. This is Don't Dig Up. This is not Get Fixed, boy. Oh, this should be jungle. Okay. Let me look for a good spot to dig down. I don't really know where to look. All the spots are the same. Let me just go here. Should be fine. Yes, it's jungle. Our mining speed's pretty good now. Best pet in the game, obviously Coast Snapling Hollow Knight texture pack. I'm not sure what it looks like with the Hollow Knight texture pack. I don't have the Hollow Knight texture pack. Oh, have I seen it? I don't have obsidian skin, so we will have to actually... Damn, temple's right there. Leave me alone. There's a mimic we could kill. So a chest here. Flare gun. Yeah. Probably could have dug through the water. I probably could have, yeah, but I decided it would be safer just to go around because the risk of messing up is quite high because lava hits for 200. Have I played Risk of Rain 2? No, I have not played Risk of Rain 1 or 2. This is the high action gameplay that you're gonna get here. Real exciting stuff. We on Don't Dig Up. The mech bosses don't have a time limit, Ryson. I appear pretty well on camera, and you like confidence like that? I think it'd probably be better if you just... I feel like most of the compliments you've been giving me just have kind of a weird tone, and I think just not giving them would be a good idea. Oh, I gotta put my cloud in the bottle. I think water walking? I didn't. Should have. Damn. Okay. That was messy. Can't compliment me? I think it would be better just to say nothing rather than say things that just have a weird tone. There's a granite biome down there. There's probably something in a granite biome. Oh, mimic. Hello there, person with a Korean name. Oh. He's stuck here. Oh, I didn't block swap it. Oops. Why did I do that? I destroyed the plat... Oh wait, no, I think I just put the wrong platform down. Yeah, there we go. That's what I wanted. I think it's better just to say no than to tell them to work on their phrasing. The answer was no. Don't do it. Go right now? Right now, I'm kind of just mining around to get... I'd like a staff of regrowth. Full extra knuckles would also be desirable. So I can make a berserk glove later. That's the temple. The one who doesn't like the new hammer sprites. I'm indifferent to them. I don't really have... Ooh, a dead man's chest. Strong opinions on them. They feel weird. But I don't, like, inherently dislike or hate them or anything. Okay. Always boots. There's a living tree down here. Okay, take a Spelunker potion. Always sell the magic mirror. I guess I could go through up here. Okay, please don't talk about spoilers for 1.4.5. Nobody asked. I think you could do that in, like, a private message on Discord or something. Didn't he say that he DM'd you on Discord? If you guys wanted to talk to each other, you could do it there. See no reason you need to do that publicly. It's between the two of you. What other dead man's chest? I missed the grapple. Fuck. Man-eater is awkward. If I destroy these... Ooh, a lava charm. Let me take that. Put it in loadout 2. I'll grab these. Another suspicious looking guy would be good too. Okay. Oh, I took a Thorns potion. I didn't mean to do that. Okay. Oh, lava charm's good. I'll take it. But I don't really want... It's not the main reason we were here. Another ivy chest over here. And I can't think of anything we want besides the staff of regrowth. And, Turtle! 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 Turtle. Bubble. I wonder where this fairy's gonna lead me. Oh boy. Okay, feral claws. I don't know. That's not going to be anytime soon, because this is going to be it's going to take a really long time to do, Centerpiece Feast. I'd have to think about it. Oh, it's actually leading me to a light crystal. More boots. Take danger senses. I didn't sell those yet. Let me go to the tin. Okay, see you, Walter. Holy shit, that hornet went flying. Upgrade the staff where we go with the axe. I think it would make it too difficult for most people to obtain to the point of being mostly worthless. Because, like, if you could only get the axe of regrowth post-Plan Terra, it just... And it only had, like, the minor effect of replanting acorn. Like, it just wouldn't be good. Now, I do agree it would make sense, and given the strength of it, it would potentially be good, but... Oh, the axe of regrowth. Be my coat. Take water walking. Fortunately, I was Spelunker War. I'll take these to sell. Could always use more money. Go to the silt. Anklet. Yeah, this is good. I suppose we'll need an aglet if we want to make terrace books. Honestly, I have not found myself to be a big fan of the axe of regrowth. I almost never make it. It might just be the negative defense thing, and it's only evident when it's at low HP. Or with low damage weapons. I'm not sure. I wasn't able to play around with it too much. There's a beehive there. Could make it a hammer as well, because the axe is also a hammer. Seemed like it was only with low damage weapons, not that it was only noticeable with them. More boots. We're getting out of the jungle here. Boomstick. I don't even think that's worth taking for selling. It's not going to be worth very much money at all. The Molten Ham Axe does have a ton of axe power, as does Lucy the Axe. But they're slow. Much slower than, late game axes, which effectively, like, they hit with large axe power per hit, but they do it slowly. And I think the Axe of Regrowth is in a similar situation. Lucy is insanely fast. I don't recall that being the case in comparison to, like the late game axes, like the Axe and the other things, because it has, I think, the highest axe power. Like it is at the highest number, but it's much slower than those, I think. Oh, okay. No, use time doesn't matter. Tool speed is what matters. Use time is irrelevant. And 15 is also not a fast tool speed. Yeah, 15 is not a fast tool speed at all. That's quite slow. Another beehive down here. Yeah, axe power is how many hits it takes, and tool speed is how fast it hits. And a tool speed of 15 would hit 4 times per second, which is not very fast. Out of the, Actually, that's very close to the underworld. That'll probably be the beehive we fight Queen Bee in. Emerald. Oh, is that an imp statue? Yeah, it is. It may be worth getting this. On the off chance. Actually, we have basically everything we need for Terra Spark boots except for an aglet. I use Servants of Cthulhu again? No, I've only used the Servants of Cthulhu for the Eye of Cthulhu. Queen Bee also spawns bees, so it'd be a little silly to put in a second enemy that hits for low damage when the boss has one that spits out non-stop anyway. I really would like that Staff of Rebirth, though. Okay, surface chest. Was not expecting to see that one there. I think we are too low if we're getting surface chests. We may need to go higher up. I'm not sure. But we may not be able to get ivy chests and whatnot this low. I know golden slimes deal less damage after defeating Plantera instead of more. There are a lot of enemies that do that. Golden slimes are certainly not the only one. I did not know that golden slimes specifically did that, but there are a lot of enemies that get a damage and nerf after. Also, isn't it? Oh yeah, no, after Plantera. Still getting jungle slime, so I think we still might be low. Well, you know, we're getting demonized and things to spawn, so I feel like... Okay, we lost... Was it danger sense? You know, I could have made Spelunker potions before I came here. I should have done that. Still getting zombies. Damn. Yeah, no, we're still in the hall surface. I have it on Q, Vine. Okay, now we got the music change back to Underground Jungle. What? Ooh, teleportation potions. Yeah, I mean, like I said, there are a lot of enemies that get damage nerfs after Plantera. Golden Slimes are not the only one. If you look at a lot of pre-hub mode enemies that scale, you'll notice a lot of them actually get decreased damage after Plantera and not increased damage. That's not particularly atypical behavior. I wouldn't be against doing another one, AT217, but the problem is, that video is not monetizable. And I don't have an auxiliary source of income that people give money to. So if I can't make money off of, like, monetized videos, I just can't really make much money. Which is why things that are very explicit like that are not ideal. Oh, that is true, Centerpiece Reese. Damn, Nymph got hella defense. Bad games I might do. Probably doing, like... It would be probably doing a sale, though, when a lot of them are on sale. Because I think I picked those all up on the Steam window sale. Oh, this is on Master Mode, right? Well, it's Journey Mode set to Master Mode, Jason, man. A metal detector will help out a lot, though. I should really go get Spelunker potions. I'll swap you back with Walter. Okay. I'm giving her a haircut. I'm mowing her pretty low on the ground, John. I'm not cutting the hair on her head. That's for sure. Oh, it's a blood moon. How did you get into it? How did he jump in there and then clip through? How did... There's not even a hammered block. He just phased through fully solid ones. Goddamn. Snow biome? Is there anything we want from the snow biome? I don't think there is. Chloe boots, blizzard in a bottle. I don't care. Can they spawn on chests? They can't spawn in front of player-placed background walls. Well, I guess I didn't place background walls down there. Crawdads are just not like the other girls of enemies. Oh, Deathweed's finally blooming. I want to plant some of this. It spawned when we walked through the wall. Yeah, I think it's because he was a smaller hitbox zombie that jumped into the thing, and then it pushed it through to a spot that the first spot it would come out of. On the bright side, it is obscenely easy to get Deathweed on Don't Dig Up. It is just everywhere. There's no reason to even plant it. There's so much of it. Oh, doesn't Ocean have a nighttime music? Terraria gamers? Ocean in space. Why specifically I don't dig up? Lack of time limits. Unless you mean the Deathweed, in which case, because of how much of the world is corrupted, there's so much Deathweed everywhere. Hot slime! Salamandian Regulus chest, but... think stream is lagging, or is it just you? Anyone else have an input on that? Is it lagging for anyone else? It's lagging for you too? Let me check. The stream seems to be fine on YouTube's end as far as I can tell. No lag, kind of lagging. Yeah, it lagged a little. Okay. Stopped. I'll keep an eye on it. See if it does that again. I am doing fine. I guess we're too... Oh, we just missed the jungle. Okay. Stop wasting my time and go do something better. I'm not wasting my time. I'm not wasting my time. I think this is a great use of my time. You are more than welcome to leave if you're not interested in watching it. This is the underground jungle music. Unless is that... No. Because the zombies started spawning, so it must have gotten too low. We're going to be fighting Queen Bee today and possibly Deoclops, if depending on how long Queen Bee takes, but I would really like to find a Staff of Regrowth. Yeah. This is the elevation we want to be at or above, because I think this is where we need to be to get. Let me check. Did we find any shrines or anything down here? Actually, we did find a shrine down there. So we should still be able to find ivy chests down there. Look, I have no idea, Shadow Flame God. I don't know the ins and outs of Get Fixed Boy. I got no clue. I can't help you troubleshoot that. Here is this chest. What? It used to be down below, but I thought there was a chest up here, too. Get Fixed Boy Wall of Flesh that out. Get Fixed Boy Wall of Flesh is slightly easier than For the Worthy Wall of Flesh, because it comes with an arena built in, basically. But it's very difficult. Oh, this is just a chest that we can destroy. How so? What do you mean, how so? Why is it difficult? You ever played Get Fixed Boy before? It has about twice as much HP as it does on Master Mode. It deals considerably... it is also considerably faster. Deals more damage. It also spawns imps during the fight. These imps fire projectiles that move substantially faster than normal imps, and they also can't be destroyed. It's just very difficult. Yeah, its hitboxes are smaller too. Yeah, the knockback's an issue. God, why can I not find a staff of regrowth? I don't want dead men's chests. Oh. I thought it was going to go beneath me. Click it, yes. What do you mean? I've been clicking on all the dead men's chests. I just thought that the boulder was going to go beneath me. Whatever. We don't need a staff regrowth that badly. Okay, I'm going to get some mushrooms. By utilizing the shimmer and the surface. Let's get down to the shimmer. I could also loot Sky Islands, but I don't know if there's really anything that I want from Sky Islands. I mean... yeah, I don't really care. The wings? No, wings are shit. I would not use them even if I had them. Vicious powder. Turns into purification powder. And then... honey up. And then, if we use purification powder on these mushrooms, they become regular mushrooms. And so we can get a lot of mushrooms very easily this way. Yeah, that's how you get purification powder and get fixed boy. Which is the only, aside from like a chlorophyte extractinator, I think it's the only way to purify blocks. You could use holy water to hollow them, but actually purifying them. Your options are really limited. Because they're not stopping when I told them to stop. Pretty straightforward, Master Rico. Wait, jungle. Oh, interesting. Okay. Mushrooms turn into jungle spores? Oh, wait. Yeah, they turn into jungle spores if they're purified in the jungle. Leave me alone. Jackass chimeras. So actually, I don't think this would work in Get Fixed Boy. I think it's only Don't Dig Up that you could purify mushrooms because the whole surface is mud in Get Fixed Boy. So if you were to try that there, they would just turn into spores. It does mean you could use it to get spores, though. If you needed jungle spores for anything like a blade of grass. Leave me alone, please, Chimera. Said leave me alone. How much do we have? 16? I'd like a bit more than that. Fortunately, we're in a desert now. So there's not going to be any mushrooms here. Do I still have my copper short sword? No, I think I threw it away at some point. I think for inventory space. How much? It's weird because we don't want a situation like what happened with the Brain of Cthulhu, where we didn't bring enough potion buffs and then we ran out. So I'd like to get as many as I can. I missed the mushroom. Ooh, that's 2 at once. Nice. Leave me alone. That was not a mushroom. Okay, another one. 27 should be enough. Okay. Look, I'm just gonna let you know, Walter, I'm about a message or two away from just banning both of you. Seeing as I've also noticed you two show up at exactly the same time, most of the time. So, I don't care if she's sad or not. She's making me uncomfortable. I don't care. If she can't behave herself, she's not allowed to be here. Oil gel could potentially come in handy down the line. Let's sell some of this stuff. Band of regen. regen. Okay. Jungle spores. Turtle. Right, I wanted the turtle. I don't want this anymore. We have the turtle. Let's make alt-tabbing for a sec. Wasn't the stream freezing? Okay, let's get ready for Queen Bee. Make a bunch of regen potions. Make a bunch more iron skin potions. Have a bunch of vertebrae, because they did a little farming off stream in the meat grinder. Let's make a bunch of monster lasagna. 35, good amount. Okay, and then healing potions. 273. We shouldn't need to use healing potions that often. Unlike the Reign of Cthulhu, where damage taken is inconsistent based on broken armor. Okay. The problem is Queen Bee gets mad defense as she gets close to dead on expert mode. She gets 28, and it increases gradually as she takes damage. So our damage is going to go down quite a lot. To the point of dealing 1, probably like halfway through the fight, so it's going to slow down to a halt. I'm going to take a sunflower, gnome, campfire, vast statue, hot lantern. I'll do it first try. Yeah. It's just going to be slow. There's not really any risk of dying here, because worst case scenario, we just sit still and tank bees. It's borderline impossible to die to Queen Bee. When you have a lot of defense, because you can just sit on top of bees. Probably... I'm gonna try to reforge my brain. Oh, it's almost certainly gonna take longer than the Reign of Cthulhu. Okay. I think I'll work with this. Water walking boots I should change. I think I'll work with this setup here. And that'll take us to 70 defense, I think. Because if we take Iron Skin Potion, that's 59. Bass Statue, that's 64. Well-Fed, that's 67. Am I forgetting something? I thought my defense was 65. And then we go to 70. $56, $12, $68. Whatever, that's fine. No, 67, because it's only a medium well-fed. I thought I would getting more defense from something. And going up to 70 in free hard mode, but I'm not sure what it would change in this setup. Give me an extra couple points of defense. Oh well, the beehive was right over here. Now, I'm going to dig through the mushroom biome in case I find a surface chest. Press F3. What's that? Loadout 3. I should also bring torches, because I'm out of torches right now. Also, given that they're essentially free, I should make more healing potions. Dryad's Blessing. Nah, it certainly isn't Dryad's Blessing. Maybe I'm just thinking of slotting in, like Obsidian Skull and Shackle and things. Which, honestly, I wouldn't be entirely against doing. I'll take a couple splunkers. Alright, I'm gonna keep an eye out for surface chests because an aglet would come in handy. Also swapping my ancient chisel again. No, the Splunker doesn't show the beehive thing. I'm using it to try to look for surface chests that are on the way. This one right here. Magic dagger. Yeah. Boulder. I should have taken a mining potion too. Oh well, it's fine. Ooh, free mushroom. There's a chest. I wonder if it's down or up. It must be up. That's a gold chest, I don't care. I think we're about halfway there. Chest? Chest. Radar. I already have a radar somewhere. I think swiftness. Worms would be nice too. Those. Chest. Detected nearby. That one? Oh, 2 chests. Decent odds of an aglet. Climbing claws, don't care. Step stool, don't care. I always forget that the step stool is in, what is it, the Hand of Creation? Getting close. I really should set up pylons in NPC houses, but... Zona was the only weapon that can inflict bleeding. Did Tizona have a specific version of the debuff that dealt damage over time, Cookie Monkey? Like, didn't it have a special version of the bleeding debuff that was just a dot? Boomerang. It's just don't dig up, John. One damage per tick? Well, that would be 60 damage a second if it was 1 damage per tick. That is not small at all. Because Terraria runs at a 60 tick rate. That's really high. It's like twice as much as current Venom. Dealt 5 damage per second. Okay. I have no idea where the 1 per second, where 1 per tick came from. It doesn't matter, just the bees do no damage. Just let me in. Yeah, that's a beefy hornet. Maybe I'll kill it when the time comes. I don't know if I want to wait for Queen Bee. Maybe we don't take up in the title or description. I don't care that much. Okay, and we need to do some pest control. Used to use Titan Armor in the Tsunami and was so sad when they removed it. I never played on this stuff where those things existed, so I don't really miss them. Okay. Let's put water walking on. Akram as the Crimson Mechanical boss, still a cool idea. Akram was a shit boss. But the nostalgia, it sucked. It also, it's not something that Relogic made. It was something that, like, a guy named Moko made, right? And then named it after himself because it's just the name Moko backwards. And it was, like, the console dev. One of the people on that team. Okay, Band of Regen on. I think we're ready. Put the gnome down. me, in case I need to. Let me go ahead and just make a pool of honey. If necessary, we just sit here. And we're probably just gonna sit here and mow Queen Bee to death, and that's probably going to be the next, like, hour. Okay. Yo, 6 damage! Holy shit. Yeah, like, I can't do anything to her here. She'll damage herself on the other enemies. But, like, I can't even... you know what? Fuck it, I'm impatient. We're gonna speed this up a bit. She's being way too slow. Yeah, no, her defense gets buffed over time. I put down the campfire? I didn't. Alright, come on. This doesn't seem like a great idea. She literally can't do damage to me. What do you mean? It's just turbocharges her. I need her to dash as frequently as possible, because her dashing is the only point in time where I can damage her. Nah, the bee's too much damage, AT-217. Yeah, as much as I would love to fight Queen Bee normally, like, it's just not possible to hit her unless I do this. But they stack. Fine, fine. You'd wear both of them. It's so much quieter not having to deal with people saying uncomfortable messages in chat. I have 5 notifications on Discord. What are those for? Beer drinker and driver. Yes, hello, and I drink beer. Okay. Hello. Guess glad I got confirmation from your username. Oh, we hit the bee limit. Oh, wait, no. Wait. I thought there was a bee limit. Does the bee limit only get hit if you're using beehives? Because right now we got 119 bees. I thought they stopped spawning after 100 or so. Or maybe that's just beehives. Oh, wait, no. Is she stopping spawning more now? No, she's spitting out more. It's supposed to be a picture of Bobok from SO04. I don't know who that is or what that is. Hey, Pink Mook. It's a fighting game? I don't think there is a limit. I think you can just get to 200 bees by spawning in Queen Bee. Because look at the number of bees. 168 bees. 200 is the spawned NPC limit, so if you got to 200 bees... It's the same thing with the Eye of Cthulhu. They just seem to spawn infinitely. So if you needed to hit the NPC spawn limit, you could just spawn in one of those two bosses and wait a bit. Okay, she's up to... Her defense has increased slightly. Her damage is slowing down. We went from 6 at the beginning of the fight to 4 now. On the bright side, she will speed up as she gets lower on HP, so we'll hit her more often. So that's nice. I could have sworn I remembered getting to 70 defense. Streets of Rage 4, funnily enough. The boss icon is Barbon drinking beer, and after you beat him, you steal one of his motorcycles. I don't think I care. I'm indifferent. I don't have any particularly strong feelings on what you just said. Neat to know, I guess. Hey, Sharktails, what is this Chia? This is like the only way we can deal damage to Queen Bee. I mean, all I'm doing right now is holding down A and holding down... I could, like, literally tape down these buttons and the boss would kill herself. I don't really need to be doing anything right now. I could do anything right now. I only need one hand, and if I got a piece of tape, I wouldn't need any hands. Wall of Flesh? What? About the Wall of Flesh? I'm specifically talking about Queen Bee dealing damage to. Like, this is the fastest and really only reasonable way for us to deal damage to. If we weren't doing this, we would just be walking back and forth on, like, a platform to deal damage to her, because, like, we can't really get in the air to hit her. And we have to... She'll come to me. What I'm gonna do for Wall of Flesh, we'll figure it out when we get there. Yeah, it's mostly because the Lawnmower is incredibly jank, and as a result, really isn't usable. Like, you can't fight bosses normally with a Lawnmower, because it just doesn't function in that way. It can't do that. We're not going to talk about a beer drinker and driver. I don't think it's very important. We're going to move past that. Okay, so it seems like there is a bee limit, but it happens at one... Actually, no, that's because the NPCs are spawned in the world. There are 10 NPCs... No. Hold on. Queen bee probably takes up a few spawn slots. That's probably what it is. No, it is your fault. You guys voted for this. I can read you guys some interesting information. My fault for making the emoji a lobster. I can read you how to properly prepare for successful laser hair removal. Shave the area being treated the day of your appointment. 6 weeks before and in between your treatment sessions, discontinue all waxing, plucking, and tweezing on the areas receiving treatment. 4 weeks prior to your appointment, discontinue excessive UV exposure, tanning and tanning beds, and tanning creams on the area receiving treatment. No steroids or antibiotics 14 days prior to treatment. You cannot get treated while pregnant or nursing. Not effective on blonde or gray hair. Not as effective on clients with PCOS. Results may vary in hormonal hair growth areas, i.e. face. Post-treatment instructions for hair removal. A mild sunburn-like sensation is expected. This usually lasts 2 to 24 hours but can persist up to 72 hours. Mild swelling and redness may accompany this, but it usually resolves within 2 to 3 days. Anything else to read nearby? It's within arm's reach. I got a Uniheat Small Pet Shipping Warmer. Designed for reliable and steady heat release for 40 plus hours. Simple to use and deliver optimal results with color indicator on the warmer. Excellent for shipping live insects, reptiles, tropical fish, flowers, etc. Provides an average warmer surface temperature of 100 degrees Fahrenheit. It fell. Whoops. There's not anything else within arm's reach. Why is there nothing on my desk? Alright, we're still doing 4 damage a hit. Read the ingredients from food. But I don't have... I don't keep cleaning products within arm's reach of my desk. Something on my mouse? That's a good idea. Hold on. What do I have that's a little bit heavy? I need something on my mouse and on my keyboard is the thing. Put down just like a water on my keyboard. That might work. I just... it's not heavy enough. Fuck. Hold on. Okay. I think that did it. Now I need something to hold down my mouse itself. Okay. What do I have? I could go get some tape. But the problem is I need to... What is the range on my mouse? Can I just go walk to my kitchen and keep holding this down? I wonder what the range on this thing is. I'm gonna go walk to my kitchen. I'll see if it keeps holding it down. Let me know if it stops. Instantly stopped? Damn. Worst case, we just tank Queen Bee, yeah. Okay, I got some tape, though. Fuck. Tape's not strong enough. What if I put more tape? No, that's not gonna do anything. Fuck. How can I tape down my mouse? Or like... Oh wait, I clicked off screen. Oops. What if I put something there? I gotta... Try... putting that here. Oh, that might do it. If I do, like... Yo! Okay. Okay. The game really plays itself now. Okay. I'm gonna go to my kitchen. I'll be back in a sec. Oh, it's not working? Fuck. Hold on. I guess it released it. Hold on. Wait. Is it? I hear it mowing. Maybe the A key got held up? Hold on. Let me wait for it to... Please dash at me. Queen Bee, please dash at me. What are you doing, girl? Okay, it was the A key that wasn't being held down properly. Maybe if I put a slightly heavier thing of water down. This one. Okay. I think that'll do it now. I got... It's a dinosaur oatmeal. Quaker dinosaur oatmeal. And I got some dinosaur facts on the back of them. I'm a Tyrannosaurus Rex. Did you know? Tyrannosaurus Rex had 60 serrated teeth that were about 8 inches long. I'm a Triceratops. Triceratops means 3-horned face. Microwave directions. Empty packet into microwave safe bowl. Add up to 2/3 cup milk or water. Microwave on high, 1 to 1.5 minutes. Stir to find dinosaurs. Add water or milk for desired consistency. Caution, bowl and contents may be hot. At 2021, The Quaker Oats Company, P.O. Box 049005, Chicago, Illinois, 60604 9009 327-526 29124. Instant oatmeal, dinosaur eggs, brown sugar. You got any more dinosaur facts? I'm a Tyrannosaurus Rex. Did you know T-Rex was a huge carnivore and primarily ate herbivorous dinosaurs? I'm a Triceratops. Did you know Triceratops had a bird-like beak on its mouth? I got so many facts. Yes, the noodle. That's right. Velveeta, shells, and cheese. I mean, I did copper short thread only, John. I did have to actually play the game for copper short thread only, though. This product is sold by weight, not volume. Some settling of contents may have occurred during handling. Visit us at crafttheinscompany.com. Oh, Kraft Heinz Company. Kraft Heinz Company. Ingredients: enriched macaroni product, wheat flour, niacin, ferrous sulfate, iron, thiamine, mononitrate, riboflavin, cheese sauce. Cheese sauce. Shit, they got cheese sauce in this. Whey protein concentrate, milk protein concentrate, sodium phosphate, contains less than 2% of salt, lactic acid, sodium alginate, sorbic acid as a preservative. Sorbic acid, that's me. Oleoresin paprika, enzymes, cheese culture, annatto extract, milk fat, natural flavor. Contains wheat, milk. There are about 3 servings of Velveeta per container, damn. 1,110 calories in a box of Velveeta. Holy shit. Enlarged to show detail? Same. I got White Lily Homemade Southern Classic Cinnamon Crumb Cake Mix. Enjoy food. This is not fucking breakfast. Okay. I don't care. I don't care who you are. Dessert foods are not breakfast. A crumb cake is not a breakfast food. A donut is not a breakfast food. A muffin's barely a breakfast food. A muffin's basically just a cake. Desserts are not breakfast. How many calories are in this thing? There are 15 servings per container, 200 calories per serving. Like, this is not breakfast. It's just a crumb cake. It's breakfast and dessert are not interchangeable. You can't just call something breakfast. Dunkin' Donuts, your entire business model around selling people donuts for breakfast. It's not donuts are not breakfast. It's literally like cake batter with sugar on top. Fried cake batter with sugar on top. That's not breakfast. I can find a book to read. Hold on. Holy shit. Okay, I got Lord of the Rings: The Return of the King. Among the greatest works of imaginative fiction of the 20th century, according to Sunday Telegraph. 3 rings for the Elven Kings under the sky. 7 for the Dwarf Lords in their halls of stone. 9 for mortal men doomed to die. 1 for the Dark Lord on his dark throne, in the land of Mordor where the shadows lie. 1 ring to rule them all, 1 ring to find them. 1 ring to bring them all in, and in the darkness bind them. In the land of Mordor where the shadows lie. Or the end? Okay. There's a map. What's the last paragraph? Hold on. I don't want the index. Show me the last... Okay, hold on. That's on I don't want to read the appendices. Where does the actual book end? I don't need the appendices. What is this? A family flowchart? A family tree of Brandybuck of Buckland? the appendices. The line of the dwarves of Erebor is set out as it was set out by Gimli, Gloin's son, for King Elisar. Okay, Appendix A. Gotta be near the end, right? Bro, like, a quarter of this book is just the appendices. Okay, there we go. He drew a deep breath. Well, I'm back, he said. Is that the version of the description of Elvish language in the appendices? I don't know. There are a lot of pages of appendices. Let's read through the appendices. Appendix A, Annals of the Kings and Rulers. The Numenorian Kings, Numenor. Oh god, there's so much here. I'm not mentally prepped to read through all of this. This is way too much information to digest. Jesus Christ. It was even as Gandalf sat and pondered that Thorin stood before him and said, Master Gandalf, I know you only by sight. But now I should be glad to speak with you, for you have often come into my thoughts of late as if I were bidden to seek you. Indeed, I should have done so, as I had known where to find you. Gandalf looked at him with wonder. That is strange, Thorin Oakenshield, he said, for I have thought of you also, and though I am on my way to the Shire, it was in my mind that this is also the way to your halls. Call them so if you will, said Thorin. They are only poor lodgings in exile, but you would be welcome there if you would come. For they say that you are wise and you know much more than any other of what goes on in the world, and I have much on my mind and would be glad of your counsel. I will come, said Gandalf. For I guess we share one trouble, at least the dragon of Erebor is on my mind, and I do not think that he will be forgotten by the grandson of Thorin, or Thror. Why can't Queen Bee die? We're like a third of the way through the fight, and it's only going to slow down. Okay, during the Deathless First Age, during the Sixth, Nain the First, Thrain the First, Thorin the First, Gloin, Oin, Nain the Second, who had kids Dane the First and Borin. Borin gave birth to Farin, who gave birth to Fundin, who gave birth to Balin and Dwalin. Then Farin gave birth to Groin, who gave birth to Oin and Gloin, who gave birth to Gimli. And then on the other side, Dane had Thror, Thror, and Gror. Gror gave birth to Nain, who gave birth to Dane, who gave birth to Thorin the Third, who gave birth to Durin the Seventh and last. Thror gave birth to Thrain the Second, who gave birth to Thorin the Second Oakenshield, Frerin, and Dis gave birth to Fili and Kili. Okay. Motherfucker's name was really Groin. Oh my god, the Brandybuck family tree is so... Ham Gamgee? Ham Gamgee? Ham? The hobbits were conservative. Holy shit, we're getting political now. Wow, bigoted fucks. Okay. Appendix E, writing and spelling. The pronunciation of words and names. Consonants. Vowels. Oh, Jesus. Okay. Songs and verses. Bilbo's song. 271-2. Hold on. Wait. That, like, pointing to the... Oh, wait, but this is... Right, it's... 271-2 would be in the original... the first book. Fellowship. Bombadil, Tom. Bilbo's song. Good old Bilby. Nico Breakers? Nico Breakers? God, I need to see what's on page 178, but I don't have the first book here. How I can translate stuff to Elvish. Nico Breakers? Nekerobeekers. What the fuck is a Nico Breaker? Two-foot, comma, daddy. What? Who is Daddy Two-foot? Who doesn't have... I feel like most people have 2 feet, right? Down to 2 damage now? Yeah. We're gonna be here for a while. Which king? Woses? Who is... Okay, page 813. Who the fuck is Woses? Go to page 813. Listening to the drums that were beating again now nearer at hand. Presently he heard voices speaking low and he saw dim, half-shrouded lanterns passing through the trees. Men nearby began to move uncertainly in the dark. A tall figure loomed up and stumbled over him, cursing the tree roots. He recognized the voice as Elfhelm the Marshal. I am not a tree root. I am not a tree root, sir, he said, nor a bag, but a bruised hobbit. The least you can do is, in amends, is to tell me what is afoot. Anything that can keep so in this devil's murk, answered Elfhelm. But my lord sends word that we must set ourselves in readiness. Orders may come for a sudden move. Is the enemy moving then? Asked Mary anxiously. Oh, those their drums? I began to think I was imagining them, as no one else seemed to take any notice of them. Nay, nay. He's nay-naying? Said Elfhelm. The enemy is on the road, not on the hills. You hear the Woses, the wild men of the woods. Thus they talk together from afar. They haunt the Druidon forest, it is said. Remnants of an older time that they be, living few and secretly, wild and wary as the beasts. They go not to war with Gondor or the Moak, but now they are troubled by the darkness and the coming of the orcs. They fear lest the dark years be returning, as seems likely enough. Let us be thankful they are not hunting us, for they use poisoned arrows, it is said, and they are woodcrafty beyond compare. But they have offered their services to Theoden. Even now, one of their headmen is being taken to the king. Yonder go the lights, so much I have heard, but no more. And now I must busy myself with my lord's commands. Pack yourself up, Master Bag. He vanished into the shadows. This is the Lord of the Rings, yeah. Okay, so that's the Woses. The Woses are the men of the forest. You want to speed up, Queen Bee? Be pretty cool. Better Smiles? Wait, is there a worse Smiles? What is Better Smiles? Page 999. 2 damage? Yeah, Queen Bee's got hella defense. There was some discussion of the name that the new row should be given. Adelgardens was thought of, or Better Smiles. The lock holes? I got a locked hole. Elven Door, Dwumerdine, Dol Guldur, Gate of the Dead, Gate of the Kings, Gatestream, Gilvain, Gladdenfields, Gladden River, Glittering Caves of Aglavond, Golden Hall. Please just read like the Very Hungry Caterpillar or something? Okay. I gotta find the very... I'll have to find like an ebook. The Very Hungry Caterpillar. Faux book. It's on slideshow. Or actually, Cambridge School New Friends Colony. We trust that one, slideshow. Come on, load! There we go. Come on, load already. It's taking a long-ass time to load the Very Hungry Caterpillar. Why was the hungry caterpillar banned? The book lacks diversity, says an Australian researcher. The study concluded that 90% of the books did not represent multicultural Australia fairly and were not inclusive. Okay, there we go. The Very Hungry Caterpillar by Eric Carle. In the light of the moon, a little egg lay on a leaf. One Sunday morning, the warm sun came up and pop! Out of the egg came a tiny and very hungry caterpillar. He started to look for some food. On Monday, he ate through one apple, but he was still hungry. On Tuesday, he ate through 2 pears, but he was still hungry. On Wednesday, he ate through 3 plums, but he was still hungry. On Thursday, he ate through 4 strawberries, but he was still hungry. On Friday, he ate through 5 oranges, but he was still hungry. On Saturday, he ate through 1 piece of chocolate cake, 1 ice cream cone, 1 slice of Swiss cheese, 1 slice of salami. That night, he had a stomachache. 1 lollipop, 1 piece of cherry pie, 1 sausage, 1 cupcake, and 1 slice of watermelon. Yeah, that night he had a stomachache. The next day was Sunday again. The caterpillar ate through 1 nice green leaf, and after that he felt much better. Now he wasn't hungry anymore, and he wasn't a little caterpillar anymore. He was a big fat caterpillar. He built a small house called a cocoon around himself. He stayed inside for more than 2 weeks. Then he nibbled a hole in the cocoon, pushed his way out, and he was a beautiful butterfly! Holy shit! Okay, question time. What time of day do you think it is? How do you know? What do you think might be inside the egg on slide 2? Slide 2? Oh, shit, fuck. Okay, I did this wrong. Okay, hold on. In the light of the moon, a little egg lay on a leaf, okay? What time of day do you think it is? Night? How do you know, aliens? How do you know it's night? But how do you know it's night? Because the moon? Okay. What do you think might be inside the egg? The egg that's sitting in the light of the moon. But what's inside the egg? A caterpillar? Okay, I guess that would make sense. What is the special name for the home of a caterpillar? Reading comprehension time. Chocolate? No, it's not called chocolate. Oh, unless you mean inside the egg. That's a reasonable guess. That was a very hungry caterpillar, though. Queen Bee, you want to, like, dash? There we go. Okay, what can we read next? Okay, I'll read the wiki page for Queen Slime. Terraria, Queen Slime, wiki.gg. The sovereign of all that jiggles. Queen Slime, host form, hard mode exclusive. Boss, Slime, environment, the hollow, AI type, Queen Slime AI, damage 60, melee, 60, Queenly Smash, 60, Regal Gel, max life 18,000, defense 26, knockback resist 100%, immune to, venom, confused, poisoned. Sounds. What sound does Queen Slime make? Royal Squelch? That's her death sound. Queen Slime is an early hard mode, hollow-themed boss. Her appearance is that of a massive translucent pink slime wearing a silver crown and engulfing a colorful crystal. God, I wish that was me. Fighting Queen Slime is completely optional and is not required for game progression, much like her pre-hard mode counterpart, King Slime, but her defeat may reward the player with useful items. While Queen Slime is alive, her exclusive music, Queen Slime, will play. When otherworldly music is enabled, the track Boss 2 Otherworldly will play instead. Spawning. Queen Slime can be spawned in the hollow or underground hollow by using a gelatin crystal, which is consumed upon use and immediately summons the boss. If used outside the hollow, the boss will not be summoned and the gelatin crystal will not be consumed. Just like King Slime, if Queen Slime cannot reach the player, she will sink into the ground and teleport to a nearby location or directly on top of them if there are no solid blocks on her to teleport onto. Queen Slime leaps towards the player in a manner similar to a pre-hard mode counterpart, though at a much faster speed and in bursts. After several jumps, she remains stationary for a few seconds before attacking the player in one of two ways, chosen at random or used consecutively. Queen Slime charges energy with her crystal before firing 6 Regal Gel projectiles that are affected by gravity and bounce off solid blocks twice before dissipating. Queen Slime leaps towards the player and, while phasing through blocks, attempts to position herself directly above them before performing a ground pound, creating a damaging shockwave on solid blocks and a small radius around her on impact. 6 Regal Gel projectiles. When Queen Slime is below 50% of her maximum HP, which is 9,000 on Classic, 14,400 on Expert, and 18,360 on Master Mode, she grows large wings and begins to fly above the player, passing through solid blocks. Queen Slime ceases attempting to teleport to the player and continues to use the attack she had used during her first phase, albeit performed in a different manner while flying in midair. Queen Slime charges energy within her crystal before firing Regal Gel projectiles in 10 directions, initially forming an enclosed circle before spreading outwards. Queen Slime attempts to fly above the player before falling directly downwards on top of them if they are within close proximity, creating a damaging shockwave on solid blocks and a small radius around her upon impact. If she does not land on top of a solid block after a while, she cancels the attack and flies back toward the player. Upon being damaged, Queen Slime summons one of 3 smaller slime minions to attack the player. Crystal Slimes, which fire 1 or 3 on Expert Mode. Crystal Spike projectiles every 0.83 seconds or 0.42 seconds on Expert Mode. Crystal Spikes are shot in tall, vertical arcs with much lower horizontal range compared to those fired by Spiked Ice Slimes, Spiked Jungle Slimes, and Spiked Slimes. Bouncy Slimes, which fire pink bouncy gel projectiles at the player once every 0.67 seconds or 0.5 seconds on Expert Mode. Or Heavenly Slimes, which fly towards the player in an attempt to deal contact damage, similarly to a Slimer. Notes: the Royal Gel does not make players immune to the slime she summons. Despite being a hard mode boss, developer items cannot be obtained from Queen Slime's treasure bag. While the boss needs to be summoned in the hollow, the fight can take place anywhere. This means the player can go into a different biome once the fight starts, and the fight will continue as normal. Queen Slime herself and Regal Gel projectiles are slowed down by liquids. In the Queen's second phase, she is no longer affected by liquids unless she is trying to stomp the player. The bouncy slimes and crystal slimes will not fire projectiles while they are floating on liquids, like most other slimes. In worlds using the For the Worthy secret seed, the Queen Slime's AI is changed as follows. She fires volleys of 8 Regal Gels in her first phase and 15 in the second. The orientation of the Regal Gel attack will be randomized, and her Stomp attack travels much faster. Achievements: Just Desserts. Defeat Queen Slime, giving the coup de grace to the sovereign of all that jiggles. Defeat the Queen Slime for the first time. Tips: for more elaborate strategies on defeating Queen Slime, including weapon and arena recommendations, see Guide, Queen Slime Strategies. The Dart Pistol or Dart Rifle combined with Crystal Dart can make quick work of her minions as well as damage her multiple times per dart. Palladium Armor can be useful due to the rapid healing buff it provides. Queen Slime herself has a relatively simple attack pattern. Half the threat comes from the minions she spawns, which can fill the screen with projectiles and quickly overwhelm the player. Killing or avoiding these should be top priority. I think links get removed, AT217. Stay in the air using wings or mounts during her first phase, as many of her attacks cannot reach the player there. During her second phase, the player should stay closer to the ground while occasionally lowering her back up, as they can avoid many of her projectiles and minions due to their slow and predictable movement patterns. In Master Mode, the black spot mount allows the player to hover above all attacks in the first phase. Fight Queen Slime in daylight, since her attacks may be hard to see at night. Queen Slime can be killed easily before any other hard mode bosses, and even before destroying demon or crimson altars. The crystal assassin armor she drops will help the player survive in early hard mode. Like most bosses, she is immune to lava, but her minions are not. In Arena... No damage anymore? What? No, we're dealing damage. It's just 1 damage a hit now. Her defense has gone up enough. Another effective strategy against her minions is to try to inflict multiple damaging debuffs at once. A good example of this is using the Shadow Flame Knife paired with Frost Armor and a Flask of Cursed Flames, as the 3 debuffs are often enough to finish off any of the slimes, even if only 1 knife hits. I'm good at finishing off things. For magic users, magic. Ugh. No, I'm not reading that one. Use several disconnected platforms, which can allow her minions to fall down and away from the fight. Any wings paired with flight boosting accessories and the Shield of Cthulhu for its dash ability makes dodging most of her attacks easy, but does not take care of her minions. The Daedalus Stormbow paired with holy arrows and summoned minions can take care of her minions. While fighting her in higher difficulties, never remain above multiple crystal slimes. Their spikes can kill the players in seconds. Invisibility potions can be used to decrease spawn rates of other enemies and prevent the heavenly slimes from chasing after the player. Note that taking any damage will instantly cancel the buff, however. Rainworld Expedition Mode Manual? Do you have a link for it? I think you can paste links. Trivia. Actually, drop it in Discord. I can find it easier there, because I'm reading off my phone. Queen Slime's AI was created entirely by developer Grox the Great, while the visual effect was created by Yorazer. Can you send it in Discord, Marley? Ping me. Man, I love Grox the Great, because during the video, not Terraria without producing light, Grox's wings were the ones that I got that let me use wings. Queen Slime is one of 7 bosses with exclusive music, the others being the Empress of Light, Plantera, Duke Fishron, Moonlord, Queen Bee, and Deerclops. The feather covered in pink slime on her trophy resembles the sword covered in slime from King Slime's trophy. Queen Slime was one of the 2 bosses added in the 1.4 update, along with the Empress of Light. Both are Hollow themed. The Queen is centered on the Hollow's crystal theme, while the Empress composes the Hollow's rainbow theme, as seen by the colors of their summon items, their attacks, and the exclusive items they drop. Queen Slime is one of the 3 bosses whose map icon does not change upon entering their second form, the others being the Brain of Cthulhu and the Santa NK1. Doesn't the Brain of Cthulhu's map icon disappear in his second phase now? Isn't that not accurate anymore? Well, he deleted the link, AT217. He's a mod, so he can paste links. Most of Queen Slime's drops are upgraded versions of King Slime's drops. Both the Ninja Armor and Crystal Assassin Armor are feudal Japanese-themed sets that do not favor a specific class. Each boss also drops a mount summoning item, Slimy Saddle and Gelatinous Pillion, a hook, Slime Hook and Hook of Dissonance, and a novelty weapon, Slime Gun and Sparkle Slime Balloon. Unlike most boss loot drops, the Hook of Dissonance's drop chance is not affected by luck, and so will always drop with a 1 in 3 chance. This might be because the Hook of Dissonance being Queen Slime's counterpart to King Slime's Slime Hook, the latter is also unaffected by luck, because if the Slime Hook does not drop, the Slime Gun will drop. The Volatile Gelatin also shows a resemblance to the Royal Gel, both being the Expert Mode drops for Queen Slime and King Slime respectively, and being crowned similar to that of the respective bosses covered in gel. The Wall of Flesh has 0 defense, Queen Bee has 28 defense. However, this is a purely aesthetic difference and the 2 have completely different uses. The wings of her second form resemble an oversized pair of angel wings. Queen Slime's crown gore that appears upon her death is different from the King Slime's crown gore. While the King's crown appears when blood and gore is on, the Queen's does not. This is likely because not only does her crown drop on death, but her wings also drop. The bestiary entry for the Queen Slime. Hollowed slimes consolidated into a hardy, crushing force adorned in dazzling crystals. She is rumored to grow wings. Gallery. Queen Slime's crown, the crystal seen inside Queen Slime. See also, slimes, a common enemy type. We're almost halfway there. Desktop history, desktop version, desktop 1.4.4. Maximum flight speed and acceleration in Phase 2 have been reduced by about 15%. Now it takes up more enemy slots, reducing or outright eliminating additional enemy spawns during her fight, not including her own minions. Desktop 1.4.1 now drops the Blade Staff. Desktop 1.4.0.5 fixed an NPC smoothing issue. Desktop 1.4.0.3 fixed bug where more than one could be summoned at once. Desktop 1.4.0.1 introduced. Okay. Let me find that link that Marley sent. Oh yeah, no, we got a long fight ahead of us. Although she also speeds up, so our damage is going to become more frequent. But yes, our damage has drastically lowered. Okay. The Rainworld Expedition Manual. This is a recreation of the in-game Expedition Manual, which is organized into the following tabs. Introduction, Gameplay Changes, Slugcat Select, Challenge Select, Quests, Missions, Perks, Burdens, and Jukebox. Expedition Mode is a challenge-oriented game mode featuring permadeath and progression. Pick a character and prepare for an expedition by selecting which challenges to undertake. A successful expedition will grant points and varying rewards depending on what was accomplished. These can range from new perks to use in future runs, burdens to increase the difficulty in interesting ways, and music tracks that can be played in the jukebox menu. Whilst undertaking an expedition, certain gameplay elements are changed. Players start the expedition in a randomly selected shelter. All characters start with 2 karma and have a maximum karma limit of 5. The Survivor achievement is completed by default, and other achievements are not gated by it. Passages are disabled by default, instead being unlocked by a perk. Echoes will not spawn on the first cycle. There is no cycle limit for the Hunter in Expedition. Collectible tokens will not appear. Slugcat Select. Select a Slugcat to use for the duration of the expedition. The expedition will take place in the same world as their campaign, but with story elements removed. If Jolly Co-op is enabled, you can also configure the number of additional players at any time. Unlocking Slugcats. Monk and Survivor, unlocked by default. Hunter, unlocked once Monk or Survivor's campaign is beaten. Others, unlocked once their campaign is beaten. Challenge Select. The Challenge Select page is where you craft your expedition. Adjust the number and types of challenges you will aim to complete and see how many points you'll earn once the expedition is completed. Challenges can be re-rolled for new ones by selecting them. The difficulty of the new challenge can be adjusted by dragging the difficulty slider. More difficult challenges award more points. Oh, Deerclops will be piss easy compared to Queen Bee. Because Deerclops 1 doesn't move and 2 has, like, very low defense. So we could just sit on top of Deerclops' hitbox and just constantly deal damage. And I'm pretty sure Deerclops does low enough damage that we could just tank his hits with no concern whatsoever with 67 defense. The I button toggles whether or not the selected challenge is hidden. Hidden challenges are completely random and the requirements are only revealed once all regular challenges have been completed. Hidden challenges are worth twice as many points. An expedition must have at least one non-hidden challenge. The plus and minus controls how many challenges the expedition will have, up to a maximum of 5. A point bonus is applied for multiple challenges. The dice randomizes all challenges at once. It can only be used if no challenge filters are applied. That's not true. That's not true. You can press the randomization button even if you have challenge filters. It'll just randomize among the filters. That's incorrect information. The filter button opens the challenge filter menu, allowing you to toggle which types of challenges can appear when re-rolling. The level bar indicates your progress to the next level and how much your current expedition will award. If the bar blinks rapidly, then completing the expedition will grant a level. The number at the end of the bar displays how many levels will be granted. Quests. Complete quests to unlock additional content such as perks, burdens, and music tracks. Expedition quests are completed by undertaking an expedition that meets certain requirements, whilst milestone quests are completed after reaching a specific goal across multiple expeditions. Highlight a quest to see all of its requirements and rewards. Try to put together an expedition that completes multiple quests at once. You know, I could probably, if I were to open the game in a multiplayer server, I think I could run the game in the background and then play something else while I'm, like, AFK killing a boss with a lawnmower. I couldn't do that now, but I could probably do that, because some of these bosses we're just gonna have to AFK for obscene periods of time. And we could just, like, do something else while we're doing that. You just got here? Queen Bee's dying. Very slowly. Missions. Missions are handcrafted expeditions with specific challenges and starting locations. Some missions may also require you to use a certain perk or burden. While these cannot be removed, additional perks or burdens can be enabled if desired. In order to select a mission, you must first unlock all of its requirements. Some quests will require that a mission be completed before granting its rewards. You can also repeat a mission at any time to strive for the fastest time. Perks. Unlocked via quests, perks can be applied to an expedition to even the odds, granting new tools and abilities for making completing challenges easier. See below for a full list of unlockable perks. Scavenger Lantern. Start the expedition with a Scavenger Lantern, a portable light source, and for some slugcats, a source of vital warmth. Vulture Mask. Start the expedition with a Vulture Mask, helping to keep hostile creatures at bay, or make them fleeing targets. Scavenger Bomb. Start the expedition with a Scavenger Bomb, a potential head start for combat-related challenges. Neuron Glow. Start the expedition with a persistent glow around the player, usually granted by consuming a neuron. Useful in dark environments or when using the blinded burden. Back Spear. Grants the hunter's ability to store spears on their back to other characters. A useful buff for players engaging in combat challenges. Karma Flower. Start the expedition with Reinforced Karma. Reinforced Karma is the only way to prevent permadeath at the lowest Karma level. If the cycle ends in failure, a Karma Flower will appear at the site of death, which will be permanently lost if not recovered. Am I sure it's too late to switch to the Paper Airplane challenge? Let me look at the vote differences between Paper Airplane and, Lawnmower. Let's see. Paper Airplanes is at 19. Lawnmower is at 54. You decided this. You voted for this. This was your choice. We're gonna be here for like 3 hours. On top of this, just letting you know. Even if you were worth 30 people, I think there'd still be fewer votes for Paper Airplanes. Slow Time. Grants the ability to slow time at will by holding pick up and pressing map. A visual indicator for the ability's cooldown appears above the cycle timer. Singularity Bomb. Start the expedition with a Singularity Bomb, a devastating weapon that can eliminate even the toughest of creatures. Just be sure not to get caught in the blast yourself. Electric Spear. Start the expedition with a charged electric spear. The spear is extremely useful for dealing high amounts of damage and stunning creatures. The spear could be recharged by impaling centipedes. Spear Dual Wielding. Bestows the Spearmaster's dual wielding ability to other characters. Being able to carry a spear in each hand greatly increases the speed at which you can deal damage. Explosion Resistance. Withstand explosive encounters by borrowing the Artificer's explosion immunity.
useful if unfavored by the scavengers or for surviving situations where an explosion may be a last resort. Explosive Jump grants the Artificer's explosive double jump ability to other characters, activated by pressing jump and pick up whilst in the air. Very useful for traversal and escaping dangerous situations. Item Crafting grants the Gorman's crafting ability to other characters. Experiment with objects you find by combining them into new ones to help in different situations. Activate by holding up and pick up with an item in each hand. High Agility increases the chosen character's running and jumping abilities by borrowing the Rivulet's high agility, letting you cross great distances with ease. Less effective for larger characters. Joke Rifle. Start the expedition with the Joke Rifle. Originally shown off as an April Fool's joke, the rifle makes its way into Rainworld's Downpour as a useful tool. Experiment by loading different items as ammo by holding the pickup button, and fire the rifle with the throw button. Burdens. Burdens are modifiers you can add to your expedition to increase the difficulty. In return, a multiplier is applied to your final score, increasing the number of points it's possible to earn. Blinded. Plus 20%. Shrouds the entire world in an endless night, obscuring danger in every shadow. A light source will be vital for survival. Doomed. Plus 75%. Removes the safety net that karma provides, triggering permadeath for any failure, made only slightly less punishing with the use of the Karma Flower perk. Hunted. Plus 50%. Makes the player public enemy number 1. All hostile creatures in the region will know your location at all times, making standing still a bad choice. Pursued. 35%. Something stalks you through the world, endlessly searching for its target. Though not impossible to defeat, it will always return.
Am I peeking my mic, Shark Tales? Is that what's going on? If it's crackly, it's probably the mic peaking, because I am, like, getting right up against my mic. Okay, let me...
Is that better? Jukebox. The Jukebox menu lets you listen to your favorite tracks from Rainworld and Rainworld Downpour. All music tracks can be unlocked as rewards for completing quests. Controls. Repeats the currently selected track. Plays unlocked tracks at random. Set a track to play as the menu theme.
We're killing Queen Bee. What do you mean? I feel like it's pretty straightforward. Okay, and that's the Rainworld wiki page for the expedition manual. Okay, what next? I'll see what I have around my room. Yo, we're below half HP! I don't think they do Shenlu, no. What is this? This is an instruction. Oh, I can't read that on stream. That's not. Okay, never mind. Ignore that. Hold on. I got... What is it? Don't worry about it. I got a giant-ass 1,100-page book that is the complete fiction of H.P. Lovecraft. Now, I do AT-217. I said I have a giant 1,100-page book that is the complete fiction of Howard Phillips Lovecraft. Somebody pick a page number. 0 to 1100. We don't talk about his cat show, Tails. 6845. That is not between 69? Okay. 69 is the last page of the white ship, but it's where the street starts. So let's read
The street. There be those who say that things and places have souls, and there be those who say they have not. I dare not say myself, but I will tell of the street. Men of strength and honor fashioned that street. Good, valiant men of our blood who have come from the blessed isles across the sea. At first it was but a path trodden by bearers of water from the woodland spring to the clusters of houses by the beach. Then, as more men came to the growing cluster of houses and looked about for places to dwell, they built cabins along the north side, cabins of stout oaken logs with masonry on the side toward the forest. For many Indians lurked there with fire arrows. And in a few years more, men built cabins on the south side of the street. Up and down the street walked grave men in conical hats, who most of the time carried muskets or fowling pieces. And there were also their bonneted wives and sober children. In the evening, these men with their wives and children would sit about gigantic hearths and speak and read and speak. Very simple were the things of which they read and spoke, yet things which gave them courage and goodness and helped them by day to subdue the forest and till the fields. And the children would listen and learn of the laws and deeds of old and of that of dear England which they had never seen, or could not remember. There was war, and thereafter no more Indians troubled the street. The men, busy with labor, waxed prosperous and happy as they knew how to be, and the children grew up comfortably, and more families came from the motherland to dwell on the street. And the children's children and the newcomers' children grew up. The town was now a city, and one by one the cabins gave place to houses, simple, beautiful houses of brick and wood, with stone steps and iron railings and fanlights over the doors. No flimsy creations were these houses, for they were made to serve many a generation. Within there were carven mantels and graceful stairs and sensible, pleasing furniture, china and silver, brought from the motherland. So, the street drank in the dreams of a young people and rejoiced as its dwellers became more graceful and happy. Where once had been only strength and honor, taste and learning now abode as well. Books and paintings and music came to the houses, and the young men went to the university which rose above the plain to the north. In the place of conical hats and muskets, there were three-cornered hats and small swords, and lace and snowy periwigs. And there were cobblestones over which clattered many a blooded horse and rumbled many a gilded coach, and brick sidewalks with horse blocks and hitching posts. There were in that street many trees, elms and oaks and maples of dignity, so that in the summer the scene was all soft verdure and twittering birdsong. And behind the houses were walled rose gardens with hedged paths and sundials, where at evening the moon and stars would shine bewitchingly while fragrant blossoms glistened with dew. So, the street dreamed on past wars, calamity mod, Terraria, holy shit! And changes. Once most of the young men went away, and some never came back. Once most of the young men went away, and some never came back. That was when they furled the old flag and put up a banner of stripes and stars. But though men talk of great changes, the street felt them not, for its folks were still the same, speaking of the old familiar things in the old familiar accents. And the trees still sheltered singing birds, and at evening the moon and stars looked down upon dewy blossoms in the walled rose gardens. In time, there were no more swords, three-cornered hats, or periwigs in the street. How strange seemed the denizens with their walking sticks, tall beavers and cropped heads. New sounds came from the distance, first strange puffings and shrieks from the river a mile away, and then, many years later, strange puffings and shrieks and rumblings from other directions. The air was not quite so pure as before, but the spirit of the place had not changed. The blood and soul of the people were as the blood and soul of their ancestors who had fashioned the street. Nor did the spirit change when they tore open the earth to lay down strange pipes, or when they set up tall posts bearing weird wires.
There was so much ancient lore in that street that the past could not easily be forgotten. Then came days of evil, where many who had known the street of old knew it no more, and many knew it who had not known it before. And those who came were never as those who went away, for their accents were coarse and strident, and their mien and faces unpleasing. Their thoughts, too, fought with— I need to change the page. The wise just spirit— Their thoughts, too, fought with the wise, just spirit of the street, so that the street pined silently as its houses fell into decay, and its trees died one by one, and its rose gardens grew rank with weeds and waste. But it felt a stir of pride one day when again marched forth young men, some of whom never came back. These young men were clad in blue. With the years, worse fortune came to the street. Its trees were all gone now, and its rose gardens were displaced by the backs of cheap, ugly new buildings on parallel streets. Yet the houses remained, despite the ravages of the years and the storms and worms, for they had been made to serve many a generation. New kinds of faces appeared in the street. Swarthy, sinister faces with furtive eyes and odd features, whose owners spoke unfamiliar words and placed signs in known and unknown characters upon most of the musty houses. The word owners there is a little, A sordid, undefinable stench settled over the place, and the ancient spirits slept. Okay, no, it was the owners of the faces. Okay. I just misread that a little bit. Foreigners. He's speaking of foreigners moving into the street. Great excitement once came to the street. War and revolution were raging across the seas. A dynasty had collapsed, and its degenerate subjects were flocking with dubious intent to the western land. Many of these took lodging in the battered houses that had once known the songs of birds and the scent of roses. Then the western land itself awoke and joined the motherland in her titanic struggle for civilization. Over the cities once more floated the old flag, companioned by the new flag and a plainer, yet glorious tricolor. But not many flags floated over the street, for therein brooded only fear and hatred and ignorance. Again, young men went forth, but not quite as did the young men of those other days. Something was lacking. And the sons of those young men of other days who did indeed go forth in olive drab with the true spirit of their ancestors went from distant places and knew not the street and its ancient spirit. Over the seas there was a great victory, and in triumph most of the younger men had returned. Those who had lacked something lacked it no longer, yet did fear and hatred and ignorance still brood over the street. For many had stayed behind, and many strangers who had come from distant places to the ancient houses. And the young men who had returned dwelt there no longer. Swarthy and sinister were most of the strangers, yet among them one might find the faces like those who fashioned the street and molded its spirit. Like and yet unlike, for there was in the eyes of all a weird, unhealthy glitter as of greed, ambition, vindictiveness, or misguided zeal. Unrest and treason were abroad amongst an evil few who plotted to strike the western land its death blow, that they might mount to power over its ruins even as assassins had mounted in that unhappy frozen land from whence most of them had come. And the heart of that plotting was in the street, whose crumbling houses teemed with alien makers of discord, and echoed with the plains and speeches of those who yearned for the appointed days of blood, flame, and crime. I'm gonna take a drink of water. We're at 2,700 now. Very interesting. Not foreigners. I'm doing, Quuxy. I'm doing. Queen Bee's not even close to dead. We've gotten through about 10% of the fight since we got to halfway through the fight. We've got about 300 HP since she's been at 3,000. Of the various old assemblages and Of the various old assemblages in the street, the law said much, but could prove little. With great diligence did men of hidden badges linger and listen about such places as Petrovich's Bakery, the squalid Rifkin School of Modern Economics, the Circle Social Club, and the Liberty Cafe. There congregated sinister men in great numbers, yet always was their speech guarded or in a foreign tongue. And still the old houses stood, with their forgotten lore of nobler departed centuries, of sturdy colonial tenants and dewy rose gardens in the moonlight. Sometimes a lone poet or traveler would come to view them, and would try to picture them in their vanished glory, yet of such travelers and poets there were not many. I have no doubt, you watching this right now could start a new player and kill Queen Bee before I finish killing her. Like right now, you watching this right now, if you started a new world, you could beat Queen Bee before I did. The rumor now spread widely that these houses contained the leaders of a vast band of terrorists, who on a designated day were to launch an orgy of slaughter for the extermination of America, and of all the fine old traditions which the street had loved. Handbills and papers flooded about filthy gutters, handbills and papers printed in many tongues and in many characters, yet all bearing messages of crime and rebellion. In these writings, the people were urged to tear down the laws and virtues that our fathers had exalted, to stamp out the soul of the old America, the soul that was bequeathed through 1,500 years of Anglo-Saxon freedom, justice, and moderation. It was said that the swout men who dwelt in the street, and congregated in its rotting edifices were the brains of a hideous revolution, that at their word of command many millions of brainless, besotted beasts would stench forth their noisome talons from the slums of 1,000 cities, burning, slaying, and destroying till the land of our fathers should be no more. All this was said and repeated, and many looked forward in dread to the 4th day of July, about which the strange writings hinted much, yet could nothing be found to place the guilt. None could tell just whose arrest might cut off the damnable plotting at its source. Many times came bands of blue-coated police to search the shaky houses, though at last they ceased to come, for they had grown tired of law and order, and had abandoned all the city to its fate. Then men in olive drab came, bearing muskets, till it seemed as if in its sad sleep, the street must have some haunting dreams of other days. When musket-bearing men in conical hats walked along it from the woodland spring to the cluster of houses by the beach, yet could no act be performed to check the impending cataclysm, for the swout, sinister men were old and cunning. I'm sorry, Molly. So, the street slept uneasily on, till one night there gathered in Petrovich's Bakery and the Rifkin School of Modern Economics and the Circle Social Club and Liberty Cafe and in other places as well, vast hordes of men whose eyes were big with horrible triumph and expectation. Over hidden wires strange messages traveled, and much was said of still stranger messages yet to travel, but most of this was not guessed till afterward, when the western land was safe from peril. The men in olive drab could not tell what was happening, or what they ought to do, for the swout's sinister men were skilled in subtlety and concealment. And yet, the men in olive drab will always remember that night, and will speak of the street, as they tell of it to their grandchildren, for many of them were sent there toward morning on a mission unlike that which they had expected. It was known that this nest of anarchy was old, and that the houses were tottering from the ravages of the years and storms and the worms. Yet was the happening of that summer night a surprise because of its very queer uniformity. It was, indeed, an exceedingly singular happening, though after all a simple one. For without warning, in one of the small houses beyond midnight, all the ravages of the years and the storms and the worms came to a tremendous climax, and after the crash there was nothing left standing in the street, save 2 ancient chimneys and part of a stout brick wall, nor did anything that had been alive come alive from the ruins. A poet and a traveler, who came with the mighty crowd that sought the scene, tell odd stories. The poet says that through the hours before dawn he beheld sordid ruins but indistinctly in the glare of the arc lights, that there loomed above the wreckage another picture wherein he could descry the moonlight and fair houses and elms and oaks and maples and dignity. And the traveler declares that instead of the place's wonted stench there lingered a delicate fragrance as of roses in full bloom. But are not the dreams of poets and the tales of travelers notoriously false? There'll be those who say that things and places have souls, and there'll be those who say they have not. I dare not say myself, but I have told you of the street. We did about 500 damage over the course of the street. That was boring. Yeah, there really wasn't very much going on there. He described the street. He certainly did. Hey, Falcon. Where are the bees going? Are the bees despawning? She's spawning bees, and then they're despawning the old bees as they come out. Thank you, Technovoid. This truly is the street. Here, I'll read a bunch of our options, and you guys tell me which one you want me to read, okay? There's the introduction, which I think tells us about H.P. Lovecraft. The Beast in the Cave, The Alchemist, The Tomb, Dagon, a reminiscence of Dr. Samuel Johnson, Polaris, Behind the Wall of Sleep, Memory, Old Bugs, The Transition of Juan Romero, The White Ship, The Street, The Doom That Came to Sarnath, The Statement of Randolph Carter, The Terrible Old Man, The Cats of Ulthar, The Tree, Celephus, The Picture in the House, The Temple, Facts Concerning the Late Arthur German and His Family, From Beyond, Nyarlathotep, The Quest of Iranon, The Music of Eric Zan, Ex Oblivion, Sweet Ermengarde, The Nameless City, The Outsider, The Moonbog, The Other Gods, Azathoth, Herbert West Reanimator, Hypnos, What the Moon Brings, The Hound, The Lurking Fear, The Rats in the Walls, The Unnameable, The Festival, Under the Pyramids, The Shunned House, The Horror at Red Hook, He, In the Vault, Cool Air, The Call of Cthulhu, Hickman's Model, The Strange High House in the Mist, The Silver Key, The Dream Quest of Unknown Kadath, The Case of Charles Dexter Ward, The Color Out of Space, The Descendant, The Very Old Folk, History of the Necronomicon, The Dunwich Horror, Ibid, The Whisperer in Darkness, At the Mountains of Madness, The Shadow over Innsmouth, The Dreams in the Witch House, Through the Gates of the Silver Key, The Thing on the Doorstep, The Evil Clergymen, The Book, The Shadow Out of Time, The Haunter in the Dark, The Life and Times of H.P. Lovecraft, Further Reading. Want to hear The Alchemist? I can read The Alchemist. The Necronomicon? So, like, The Beast in the Cave actually has things that happen in it. Actually, I'll just start from page 1, and then we'll read from there. Because I'm sure there's going to be plenty of opportunities. I'll read The Beast in the Cave, and then we can decide whether we want to keep reading these or pick up another day, because we're going to have plenty of time spent AFK like this, with things to read or do, and we'll have to find things to do. The Beast in the Cave. How's my mic quality, by the way? Also, I could mute part of the game if you'd like. I have an idea. I'm going to, I could mute the game audio and then play, like, music in the background. Would that be a more enjoyable experience, or should I keep the queen bee and damage noises? Good without this. Okay. I'm gonna have to... Hold on. I need to untape my mouse. Hey, Centerpiece Reefs. Welcome back. We're about to read The Beast in the Cave, but we're gonna turn down the game audio before I do that. We'll keep the ambient noises. Okay, and then I could just put on, like, the Rain World, hold on. What about, like, Rain World, Silent Construct ambience? 1 hour of Rain World filtration system. It's also memory crypt. Memory crypt might actually. Let's do it without creatures. Is that loud enough? Should I turn it up? Very quiet. How can I turn this up? What if I put a filter on desktop audio? Gain? Is that better? That's better? Okay. Okay, let's get Queen Bee back. Can't actually tell if I'm... I am mowing. Okay, I can see it mowing. It means I'm not moving to the side. Oh, I'm grappled, that's why. Okay, we'll have to go this direction now. That's fine. Okay. The beast in the cave. The horrible conclusion which had been gradually obtruding itself upon my confused and reluctant mind was now an awful certainty. I was lost, completely, hopelessly lost in the vast and labyrinthine recesses of the mammoth cave. Turn as I might, in no direction could my straining vision seize of any object capable of serving as a guidepost to set me on the outward path. That never more should I behold the blessed light of day or scan the pleasant hills and dales of the beautiful world outside, my reason could no longer entertain the slightest unbelief. Hope had departed. Yet, indoctrinated as I was by a life of philosophical study, I derived no small measure of satisfaction from my unimpassioned demeanor. For although I had frequently read of the wild frenzies into which were thrown the victims of similar situations, I experienced none of these.
but stood quiet as soon as I clearly realized the loss of my bearings. Nor did the thought that I had probably wandered beyond the utmost limits of any ordinary search cause me to abandon my composure even for a moment. If I must die, I reflected, then was this terrible yet majestic cavern as welcome a sepulchre as that which any churchyard might afford, a conception which carried with it more tranquility than despair. Starving would prove my ultimate fate. Of this I was certain. Some I knew had gone mad under similar circumstances as these, but I felt that this end would not be mine. My disaster was the result of no fault save my own, since unbeknown to the guide I had separated myself from the regular party of sightseers and, wandering for over an hour in forbidden avenues of the cave, had found myself unable to retrace the devious windings which I had pursued since forsaking my companions. Already my torch had begun to expire. Soon I would be enveloped by the total and almost palpable blackness of the bowels of the earth. As I stood in the waning, unsteady light, I idly wondered over the exact circumstances of my coming end. I remembered the accounts which I had heard of the colony of consumptives who, taking their residence in this gigantic grotto to find health, from the apparently salubrious air of the underground world, with its steady, uniform temperature, pure air, and peaceful quiet, had found instead death in strange and ghastly form. I had seen the sad remains of their ill-made cottages as I had passed by them with the party, and had wondered what unnatural influence a long sojourn in this immense and silent cavern would exert upon one as healthy and vigorous as I. Now, I grimly told myself, my opportunity for settling this point had arrived, provided that want of food should not bring me too speedy a departure from this life. As the last fitful rays of my torch faded into obscurity, I resolved to leave no stone unturned, no possible means of escape neglected. So summoning all the powers possessed by my lungs, I set up a series of loud shoutings in the vain hope of attracting the attention of the guide by my clamor. Yet, as I called, I believed in my heart that my cries were to no purpose, and that my voice, magnified and reflected by the numberless ramparts of the black maze about me, fell upon no ears save my own. All at once, however, my attention was fixed with a start as I fancied that I heard the sound of a soft approaching steps on the rocky floor of the cavern. Was my deliverance about to be accomplished so soon? Had then all the horrible apprehensions been for naught, and was the guide, having marked my unwonted absence from the party, following my course and seeking me out in this limestone labyrinth? Whilst these joyous queries arose in my brain, I was on the point of renewing my cries in order that my discovery might come the sooner, when in an instant my delight was turned to horror as I listened, for my ever-acute ear, now sharpened in even greater degree by the complete silence of the cave, bore to my benumbed understanding the unexpected and dreadful knowledge that these footfalls were not like those of mortal men. In the unearthly stillness of this subterranean region, the tread of the booted guide would have sounded like a series of sharp and incisive blows. These impacts were soft and stealthy, as of the padded paws of some feline. Besides, at times, when I listened carefully, I seemed to trace the falls of 4 feet instead of 2. I was now convinced that I had by my cries aroused and attracted some wild beast, perhaps a mountain lion which had accidentally strayed within the cave. Perhaps I considered the Almighty had chosen for me a swifter and more merciful death than that of hunger. Yet the instinct of self-preservation, never wholly dormant, was stirred in my breast, and though escape from the oncoming peril might but spare me for a sterner and more lingering end, I determined nevertheless to part with my life at as high a price as I could command. Strange as it may seem, my mind conceived of no intent on the part of the visitor save that of hostility. Accordingly, I became very quiet, in the hope that the unknown beast would, in the absence of the guiding sound, lose its direction as I had, and thus pass me by. But this hope was not destined for realization, for the strange footfalls steadily advanced, this animal evidently having obtained my scent, which, in an atmosphere so absolutely free from all the distracting influences as is that of the cave, could doubtless be followed at great distance. Seeing, therefore, that I must be armed for defense against an uncanny and unseen attack in the dark, I grouped about me the largest of the fragments of rock which were strewn about upon all parts of the cave and in the cavern in the vicinity, and, grasping one in each hand for immediate use, awaited with resignation the inevitable result. Meanwhile, the hideous pattering of the paws drew near. Certainly, the conduct of the creature was exceedingly strange. Most of the time, the tread seemed to be that of a quadruped, walking with a singular lack of unison betwixt hind and forefeet. Yet at brief and infrequent intervals, I fancied that but 2 feet were engaged in the process of locomotion. I wondered what species of animal was to confront me. It must, I thought, be of some unfortunate beast who had paid for its curiosity to investigate one of the entrances of the fearful grotto with a lifelong confinement to its interminable recesses. It doubtless obtained as food the eyeless fish, bats, and rats of the cave, as well as some of the ordinary fish that are wafted in every freshet of Green River, which communicates in some occult manner with the waters of the cave. I occupied my terrible vigil with the grotesque conjectures of what alterations cave life might have wrought in the physical structure of the beast, resembling the awful appearances ascribed by local tradition to the consumptives who had died after long residence in the cavern. We've done about 300 damage over the course of the beast in the cave. Then I remembered with a start that even should I succeed in killing my antagonist, I should never behold its form, as my torch had long since been extinct, and I was entirely unprovided with matches. The tension on my brain now became frightful. My disordered fancy conjured up some hideous and fearsome shapes upon the sinister darkness that surrounded me, and that actually seemed to press upon my body. Nearer, nearer, the dreadful footfalls approached. It seemed that I must give vent to a piercing scream, yet had I been sufficiently irresolute to attempt such a thing, my voice could scarce have responded. I was petrified, rooted to the spot. I doubted if my right arm would allow me to hurl its missile at the oncoming thing while the crucial moment should arrive. Now the steady pat, pat of the steps was close at hand. Now, very close. I could hear the labored breathing of the animal, and terror-struck as I was, I realized that it must have come from considerable distance and was correspondingly fatigued. Suddenly, the spell broke. My right hand, guided by my ever-trustworthy sense of hearing, threw with full force the sharp-angled bit of limestone which it contained, toward that point in the darkness from which emanated the breathing and pattering, and, wonderful to relate, it nearly reached its goal, for I heard the thing jump, landing at a distance away where it seemed to pause. Having readjusted my arm, I discharged my second missile, this time most effectively, for with a flood of joy I listened as the creature fell in what sounded like a complete collapse, and evidently remained prone and unmoving. Almost overpowered by the great relief which rushed over me, I reeled back against the wall. The breathing continued, in heavy, gasping inhalations and expirations, whence I realized that I had no more than wounded the creature. And now all desire to examine the thing had ceased. At last, something allied to groundless, superstitious fear had entered my brain, and I did not approach the body, nor did I continue to cast stones at it in order to complete the extinction of its life. Instead, I ran at full speed in what was, as nearly as I could estimate in my frenzied condition, the direction from which I had come. Suddenly I heard a sound, or rather, a regular succession of sounds. In another instant they had resolved themselves into a series of sharp, metallic clicks. This time there was no doubt. It was the guide. And then I shouted, yelled, screamed, and even shrieked with joy as I beheld in the vaulted arches above this faint and glimmering effulgence from which I knew to be the reflected light of an approaching torch. I ran to meet the flare, and before I could completely understand what had occurred, was lying upon the ground at the feet of the guide, embracing his boots and gibbering, despite my boasted reserve, in the most meaningless and idiotic manner, pouring out my terrible story, and at the same time overwhelming my auditor with protestations of gratitude. At length I awoke to something like my normal consciousness. The guide had noted my absence upon the arrival of the party and at the entrance of the cave, and had, from his own intuitive sense of direction, proceeded to make a thorough canvass of the by-passages just ahead of where he had last spoken to me, locating my whereabouts after a quest of about 4 hours. By the time he had related this to me, I, emboldened by his torch and his company, began to reflect upon the strange beast which I had wounded but a short distance back in the darkness, and suggested that we ascertain, in the rushlight's aid, what manner of creature was my victim. Accordingly, I retraced my steps, this time with a courage born of companionship, to the scene of my terrible experience. Soon we descried a white object upon the floor, an object whiter even than the gleaming limestone itself. Cautiously advancing, we gave vent to a simultaneous ejaculation of wonderment. For, of all the unnatural monsters either of us had in our lifetimes beheld, this was in surpassing degree the strangest. Hey, Peaceful Dragon 11, I'm gonna take a drink real quick. There's only one page left, and then we can move on to The Alchemist. The Alchemist is a funny story. I've read The Alchemist before, it's entertaining. It appeared to be an anthropoid ape of large proportions, escaped perhaps due to some itinerant menagerie. Its hair was snow white, a thing due no doubt to the bleaching action of long existence within the inky confines of the cave, but it was also surprisingly thin, being indeed largely absent save on the head. We're talking about the hair. The hair as being indeed largely absent save on the head, where it was of such length and abundance that it fell over the shoulders in considerable profusion. The face was turned away from us, as the creature lay almost directly upon it. The inclination of the limbs was very singular, explaining, however, the alternation in their use from which I had noted, whereby the beast had sometimes used all four, and on other occasions but two, of its progress. From the tips of its fingers or nose, or toes, long, nail-like claws extended. The hands or feet were not prehensile, a fact I had ascribed to the long residence in the cave, as I before mentioned seemed evident from the all-pervading and almost unearthly whiteness so characteristic of the whole anatomy. No tail seemed to be present. The respiration had now grown very feeble, and the guide had drawn his pistol with the evident intent of dispatching the creature, when a sudden sound emitted by the latter caused the weapon to fall unused. This sound was of a nature difficult to describe. It was not unlike the normal note of any known species of simian, and I wondered if this unnatural quality were not the result of a long-continued and complete silence, broken by the sensations produced by the advent of the light, a thing which the beast could not have seen since its first entrance into the cave. The sound, which I might feebly attempt to classify as a kind of deep-toned chattering, was faintly continued. All at once, a fleeting spasm of energy seemed to pass through the frame of the beast. The paws went through a convulsive motion, and the limbs contracted. With a jerk, the white body rolled over so that its face was turned in our direction. For a moment, I was so struck with horror at the eyes thus revealed that I noted nothing else. They were black, those eyes deep, jetty black, in hideous contrast to the snow-white hair and flesh. Like those of other cave denizens, they were deeply sunken in their orbits, and were entirely destitute of iris. As I looked more closely, I saw that they were set in a face less prognathous than that of the average ape, and infinitely more hairy. The nose was quite distinct. As we gazed upon the uncanny sight presented to our vision, the thick lips opened and several sounds issued from them, after which the thing relaxed in death. The guide clutched my coat sleeve and trembled so violently that the light shook fitfully, casting weird, moving shadows on the walls about us. I made no motion, but stood rigidly still, my horrified eyes fixed upon the floor ahead. Then fear left, and wonder, awe, compassion, and reverence succeeded in its place, for the sounds uttered by the stricken figure that lay stretched out on the limestone had told us the awesome truth. The creature I had killed, the strange beast of the unfathomed cave, was, or had at one time been, a man. And that's the end of the story. That was it. It was just, he got lost in a cave and there was a dude in there. The dude had gotten lost in the past, and then he found him, and he was, like, adjusted to the cave, and he was spooky. And he told him, like, hey, I'm a dude, you killed me, you hit me on the head. And he was like, damn, skill issue. The Alchemist, so, I'm gonna read The Alchemist. I want you guys to pay attention to what I'm saying. And the story isn't too difficult to discern, but the underlying story of The Alchemist is very entertaining to think about and listen to.
So just pay attention to what I'm saying here. How many bees do we have on top? Oh, most of our bees outside now? Hold on, I should make sure that we don't run out of bees. Hang on, if I just, oh god, the bees! Alright, that's plenty of bees. Let me just make sure we can still damage queen bee. Oh wait, we need to, hold down the button. Okay, I think. No, we're not holding it down. Hold on. Oh, we lost. Okay, there we go. Hold on. It was the tape had come off. I need to retape the thing. The tape had just gotten loosened when I had to get the ambient noise. Okay, that's good. Let me just check and make sure. Okay, yeah, we're dealing damage.
The Alchemist. High up, crowning the grassy summit of a swelling mound whose sides are wooded near the base with the gnarled trees of the primeval forest, stands the old chateau of my ancestors. For centuries, its lofty battlements have frowned down upon the wild and rugged countryside about, serving as a home and stronghold for the proud house whose honored line is older even than the moss-grown castle walls. These ancient turrets, stained by the storms of generations and crumbling under the slow yet mighty pressure of time, formed in the ages of feudalism one of the most dreaded and formidable fortresses in all of France. From its machicolated parapets and mounted battlements, barons, counts, and even kings had been defied, yet never had its spacious halls resounded to the footsteps of the invader. But since these glorious years, all is changed. A poverty but little above the level of dire want, together with a pride of names that forbids its alleviation by the pursuits of commercial life, have prevented the scions of our line from maintaining their estates in pristine splendor, and the falling stones of the walls, the overgrown vegetation in the parks, the dry and dusty moat, the ill-paved courtyards and toppling towers without, as well as the sagging floors, the worm-eaten wainscots, and the faded tapestries within, all tell a gloomy tale of fallen grandeur. As the ages passed, first one, then another of the four great turrets were left to ruin, until at last but a single tower housed the sadly reduced descendants of the once mighty lords of the estate. I was between 2250 and 2300 for like 10 minutes. The damage is going slow. Very slow. It was in one of the vast and gloomy chambers of this remaining tower that I, Antoine, last of the unhappy and accursed Comte de... The name is blacked out here. Like, it's not blacked out, but it's like C and then hyphens, as if it was censoring the name. I'm gonna call him Comte de Caterpillar. That'll be his name. Antoine, last of the unhappy and accursed Comte de Caterpillar, first saw the light of day 90 long years ago. Within these walls and amongst the dark and shadowy forests, the wild ravines and grottos of the hillside below were spent the first years of my troubled life. My parents I never knew. My father had been killed at the age of 32, a month before I was born, by the fall of a stone somehow dislodged from one of the deserted parapets of the castle, and my mother having died at my birth, my care and education devolved solely upon one remaining servitor, an old and trusted man of considerable intelligence, whose name I remember as Pierre. I was an only child, and the lack of companionship from which this fact entailed upon me was augmented by the strange care exercised by my aged guardian in excluding me from the society of the peasant children whose abodes were scattered here and there upon the plains that surrounded the base of the hill. At the time, Pierre said that this restriction was imposed upon me because my noble birth placed me above such association with such plebeian company. Now I know that its real object was to keep from my ears the idle tales of the dread curse upon our line, that were nightly told and magnified by the simple tenantry as they conversed in hushed accents in the glow of their cottage house. Thus isolated, and thrown upon my own resources, I spent the hours of my childhood in poring over the ancient tomes which filled the shadow-haunted library of the chateau, and in roaming without aim or purpose through the perpetual dusk of the spectral wood that clothes the side of the hills near its foot. It was perhaps an effect of such surroundings that my mind early acquired a shade of melancholy. Those studies and pursuits which partake of the dark and occult in nature most strongly acclaimed my attention. Of my own race I was permitted to learn singularly little, yet what small knowledge of it I was able to gain seemed to depress me much. Perhaps it was at first only the manifest reluctance of my old preceptor to discuss with me my paternal ancestry that gave rise to the terror which I ever felt at the mention of my great house. Yet as I grew out of childhood, I was able to piece together disconnected fragments of discourse, let slip from the unwilling tongue which had begun to falter in approaching senility, that had a sort of relations to a certain circumstance which I had always deemed strange, but which now became dimly terrible. Yes, peaceful dragon. The circumstance to which I allude is the early age of which all the compt of my line have met their end. Whilst I hitherto considered this but a natural attribute of a family of short-lived men, I afterward pondered long upon these premature deaths, and began to connect with them the wanderings of the old man, who often spoke of a curse which for centuries had prevented the lives of the holders of my title from much exceeding the span of 32 years. Upon my 21st birthday, the aged Pierre gave to me a family document which he had said for many generations had been handed down from father to son, and continued by each possessor. Its contents were of the most startling nature, and its perusal confirmed the gravest of my apprehensions. At this time, my belief in the supernatural was firm and deep-seated, else I should have dismissed with scorn the incredible narrative unfolded before my very eyes. The paper carried me back to the days of the 13th century, when the old castle in which I sat had been a feared and impregnable fortress. It told of a certain ancient man who had once dwelt on our estates, a person of no small accomplishments, though little above the rank of peasant, by name Michel, usually designated by the surname of Mauvais, the Evil, on account of his sinister reputation. He had studied beyond the custom of his kind, seeking such things as the Philosopher's Stone, or the elixir of eternal life, and was reputed wise in the terrible secrets of black magic and alchemy. Michel Mauvais had one son, named Charles, a youth as proficient as himself in the hidden arts, and who had therefore been called Le Sorcier, or the Wizard. Oh, thank you, Elizabeth Foster. Let me get some water. This deep voice is, takes a little bit of a toll. Well, I hope we're done by, like, dinner time tonight. Queen Bee is, rather difficult to hit. You might be wondering things like, how would we kill the Wall of Flesh within time if Queen Bee's taking, like, 7 hours? And the answer is, the Wall of Flesh doesn't have any defense in Classic Mode. 1, we'd be doing it on Classic Mode. 2, the Wall of Flesh doesn't have any defense on Classic Mode with its eyes. And 3, we can actually hit the Wall of Flesh consistently. The main reason we can't defeat Queen Bee very quickly is because we can't hit Queen Bee. She's staying above us. We're only getting to hit her maybe a couple times every 10 or 15 seconds when she dashes at us. But other bosses won't have that issue, and so other bosses will be able to deal more damage to. Her defense is particularly problematic. Now, once we get to hard mode, these things are going to be an issue, but we'll deal with that when we get to that. This pair, shunned by all honest folk, was suspected of the most hideous practices. Old Michel was said to have burnt his wife alive as a sacrifice to the devil, and the unaccountable disappearances of many small peasant children were laid at the dreaded door of these two. Yet through the dark natures of the father and the son ran one redeeming ray of humanity. The evil old man loved his offspring with fierce intensity, whilst the youth had for his parent a more than filial affection. One night the castle on the hill was thrown into the wildest confusion by the vanishment of young Godfrey, son to Henry the Copt. A searching party, headed by the frantic father, invaded the cottage of the sorcerers, and there came upon old Michel Mauvais, busy over a huge and violently boiling cauldron. Without certain cause, in the ungoverned madness of fury and despair, the Comte laid hands on the aged wizard, and ere he released his murderous hold, his victim was no more. Meanwhile, joyful servants were proclaiming the findings of young Godfrey in a distant and unused chamber of the great edifice, telling too late that poor Michel had been killed in vain. As the Comte and his associates turned away from the lowly abode of the alchemists, the form of Charles Le Sorcier appeared through the trees. The excited chatter of the menial standing about told him what had occurred, yet he seemed at first unmoved at his father's fate. Then, slowly advancing to meet the Comte, he pronounced in dull yet terrible accents the curse that ever afterward haunted the house of Caterpillar. May ne'er a noble of thy murderous line survive to reach... May ne'er a noble of thy murderous line survive to reach a greater age than thine. Spake he when, suddenly leaping backwards into the black wood, he drew from his tunic a vial of colorless liquid which he threw into the face of his father's slayer, as he disappeared behind the inky curtain of the night. The Comte died without utterance and was buried the next day, but little more than 32 years from the hour of his birth. No trace of the assassin could be found, though relentless bands of peasants scoured the neighboring woods and the meadowland around the hill. So at this point, the great ancestor of Antoine had murdered Michel Mauvais, the evil, as he had suspected in error that he had killed his son, and, upon doing so, the son of Michel Mauvais killed and laid a curse upon the father and all of his progeny and lineage, that they would reach an age no greater than his, 32 years. And then threw a vial of poison at his face and killed the man who had murdered his father. Thus time and the want of a reminder dulled the memory of the curse in the minds of the late Comte's family, so that when Godfrey, innocent cause of the whole tragedy and now bearing the title, was killed by an arrow whilst hunting at the age of 32, there were no thoughts save those of grief at his demise. But when, years afterward, the next young Comte, Robert by name, was found dead in a nearby field from no apparent cause, the peasants told in whispers that their senior had but lately passed his 32nd birthday when surprised by early death. Louis, son to Robert, was found drowned in the moat at the same fateful age, and thus down through the centuries ran the ominous chronicle. Henri, Roberts, Antoine, and Armand snatched from the happy and virtuous lives when little below the age of their unfortunate ancestor at his murder. Past UK, 1965. That I had left at most but 11 years of further existence was made certain to me by the words which I read. My life, previously held small value, now became dearer to me each day as I delved deeper and deeper into the mysteries of the hidden world of black magic. Isolated as I was, modern science had produced no impression upon me, as I labored as in the Middle Ages, as rapt as had been old Michel and young Charles themselves in the acquisition of demonological and alchemical learning. Yet read as I might, in no manner could I account for the strange curse upon my line. In unusually rational moments, I would even go so far as to seek a natural explanation, attributing the early deaths of my ancestors to the sinister Charles Le Sorcier and his heirs. Yet having found upon careful inquiry that there were no known descendants of the alchemist, I would fall back to occult studies, and once more endeavor to find a spell that would release my house from its terrible burden. Yeah, strap in. We're gonna learn about what happened to Antoine's family, and the curse that befell him, being placed by Charles Le Sorcier. Upon one thing I was absolutely resolved. I should never wed, for since no other branches of my family were in existence, I might thus end the curse with myself. As I drew near the age of 30, old Pierre was called to the land beyond. Alone I buried him beneath the stones of the courtyard about which he loved to wander in life. Thus was I left to ponder on myself as the only human creature within the great fortress. In my utter solitude, my mind began to cease its vain protest against the impending doom. To become almost reconciled to the fate which so many of my ancestors had met. Much of my time was now occupied in the exploration of the ruined and abandoned halls and towers of the old chateau, which in youth fear had caused me to shun, and some of which, old Pierre had once told me, had not been trodden by human foot for over 4 centuries. No, because we'll probably be able to hit those bosses more frequently, Marley. The main thing that's making Queen Bee take a while is the fact that I can't hit her when she's doing this. Strange and awesome were many of the objects I encountered. Furniture, covered by the dust of ages and crumbling with the rot of long dampness, met my eyes. Cobwebs in a profusion never before seen by me were spun everywhere, and huge bats flapped their bony and uncanny wings on all sides of the otherwise untenanted gloom. Of my exact age, even down to days and hours, I kept a most careful record, for each movement of the pendulum of the massive clock in the library told off so much more of my doomed existence. At length I approached that time which I had so long viewed with apprehension. Since most of my ancestors had been seized some little while before they reached the exact age of Comte Henry at his end, I was every moment on the watch for the coming of the unknown death. In what strange form the curse should overtake me, I knew not, but I was resolved at least that I should not find me a cowardly or a passive victim. With new vigor, I applied myself to the examination of the old chateau and its contents. It was upon one of the longest of all my excursions of discovery in the deserted portion of the castle, less than a week before that fatal hour, which I felt must mark the utmost limit of my stay on earth, beyond which I could not even the slightest hope of continuing to draw breath, that I came upon the culminating event of my whole life. I had spent the better part of the morning in climbing up and down half-ruined staircases in one of the most dilapidated of the ancient turrets. As the afternoon progressed, I sought the lower levels, descending into what appeared to be either a medieval place of confinement or a more recently excavated storehouse for gunpowder. As I slowly traversed the niter-encrusted passageway at the foot of the last staircase, the paving became very damp, and soon I saw by the light of my flickering torch that a blank, water-stained wall impeded my journey. Turning to retrace my steps, my eye fell upon a small trap door with a ring, which lay directly beneath my feet. Pausing, I succeeded with difficulty in raising it, whereupon there was revealed a black aperture, exhaling noxious fumes, which caused my torch to sputter, and disclosing in the unsteady glare the top of a flight of stone steps. As soon as the torch, which I lowered into the repellent depths, burned freely and steadily, I commenced my descent. The steps were many and led to a narrow stone-flagged passage which I knew must be far underground. The passage proved of great length and terminated in a massive oaken door, dripping with the moisture of the place, and stoutly resisting all my attempts to open it. Ceasing after a time my efforts in this direction, I had proceeded back some distance toward the steps, when there suddenly fell to my experience one of the most profound and maddening shocks capable of reception by the human mind. Without warning, I heard the heavy door behind me creak slowly open upon its rusted hinges. My immediate sensations are incapable of analysis. To be confronted in a place as thoroughly deserted as I had deemed the old castle, with evidence of the presence of man or spirit, produced in my brain a horror of the most acute description. When at last I turned to face the seat of the sound, my eyes must have started from their orbits at the sight that they beheld. There, in the ancient Gothic doorway, stood a human figure. It was that of a man, clad in a skull cap and long medieval tunic of dark color. His hair and flowing beard were of a terrible and intense black hue, and of incredible profusion. His forehead, high beyond the usual dimensions, his cheeks deep sunken and heavily lined with wrinkles, and his hands, long, claw-like, and gnarled, were of such a deathly, marble-like whiteness as I had never seen elsewhere in my life. His figure, lean to the proportions of a skeleton, were strangely bent and almost lost within the voluminous folds of his peculiar garment. But strangest of all were his eyes. Twin caves of abysmal blackness, profound in expression of understanding, yet inhuman in degree of wickedness. These were now fixed upon me, piercing my soul with their hatred, and rooting me to the spot whereupon I stood. At last the figure spoke in a rumbling voice that chilled me through with its dulled hollowness and latent malevolence. The language in which the discourse was clothed was that debased form of Latin in use amongst the more learned men of the Middle Ages, and made familiar to me by my prolonged researches into the works of old alchemists and demonologists. The apparition spoke of the curse which had hovered over my house, told me of my coming end, dwelt on over the revenge of Charles Le Sorcier. He told me how the young Charles had escaped into the night, returning in after years to kill Godfrey the heir with an arrow just as he approached the age which had been his father's at his assassination, how he had secretly returned to the estate and established himself, unknown, in the even then deserted subterranean chamber whose doorway now framed the hideous narrator, how he had seized Robert, son of Godfrey, in a field, forcing poison down his throat, and left him to die at the age of 32, thus maintaining the foul provisions of his vengeful curse. At this point I was left to imagine the solution of the greatest mystery of all, how the curse had been fulfilled since the time when Charles Le Sorcier must in the course of nature had died, for the man digressed into an account of the deep alchemical studies of the two wizards, father and son, speaking most particularly of the researches of Charles Le Sorcier, concerning the elixir which should grant to him who partook it eternal life and youth. His enthusiasm had seemed for the moment to remove from his terrible eyes the hatred that had at first so haunted them, but suddenly the fiendish glare returned, and with a shocking sound like the hissing of a serpent, the stranger raised a glass phial with the evident intent of ending my life, as had Charles Le Sorcier 600 years before ended that of my ancestor. Prompted by some preserving instinct of self-defense, I broke through the spell that had hitherto held me immobile, and flung my now dying torch at the creature who menaced my existence. I heard the phial break harmlessly against the stones of the passage as the tunic of the strange man caught fire, and lit the horrid scene with a ghastly radiance. The shriek of fright and impotent malice emitted by the would-be assassin proved too much for my already shaken nerves, and I fell prone upon the slimy floor in a total faint. Goodbye, Sharktails. When at last my senses returned, all was frightfully dark, and my mind, remembering what had occurred, shrank from the idea of beholding more, yet curiosity overmastered all. Who, I asked myself, was this man of evil, and how came he within the castle walls? Why should he seek to avenge the death of poor Michel Mauvais, and how should the curse have been carried on through all the long years since the time of Charles Le Sorcier? The dread of years was lifted from my soldiers, for I knew that he whom I had felled was the source of all the danger of the curse, and now that I was free, I burned with the desire to learn more of the sinister thing which had haunted my line for centuries, and made of my own youth one long continued nightmare. God, my eyes are getting stressed. Determined upon further exploration, I felt in my pockets for flint and steel, and lit the unused torch which I had with me. First of all, the new light revealed the distorted and blackened form of the mysterious stranger. The hideous eyes were now closed. Disliking the sight, I turned away and entered the chamber beyond the Gothic door. Here I found what seemed much like an alchemist's laboratory. In one corner was an immense pile of shining yellow metal that sparkled gorgeously in the light of the torch. It may have been gold, but I did not pause to examine it, for I was strangely affected by that which I had undergone. At the farther end of the apartment was an opening, led out into one of the many wild ravines of the dark hillside of the forest. Filled with wonder, yet now realizing how the man had obtained access to the chateau, I proceeded to return. I had intended to pass by the remains of the stranger with averted face, but as I approached the body, I seemed to hear, emanating from it, a faint sound, as though life were not yet wholly extinct. Aghast, I turned to examine the charred and shriveled figure on the floor. Then all at once the horrible eyes, blacker ever than the seared face in which they were set, opened wide with an expression with which I was unable to interpret. The cracked lips tried to frame words which I could not well understand. Once I caught the name of Charles Le Sorcier, and again I fancied the words years and curse issued from his twisted mouth. Still, I was at a loss to gather the purport of his disconnected speech. At my evident ignorance of his meaning, the pitchy eyes once more flashed malevolently at me, until, helpless as I saw my opponent to be, I trembled as I watched him. Suddenly, the wretch, animated with his last burst of strength, raised his hideous head from the damp and sunken pavement. Then, as I remained, paralyzed with fear, he found his voice, and his dying breath screamed forth those words which had ever
ever afterward haunted my days and my nights. Fool! He shrieked. Can you not guess my secret? Have you no brain whereby you may recognize the will which has through 6 long centuries fulfilled the dreadful curse upon your house? Have I not told you of the great elixir of eternal life? Know you not how the secret of alchemy was solved? I tell you it is I that have lived for 600 years to maintain my revenge. For I am Charles Le Sorcier. And that's the end of the story. Yeah, so there's like a dude who got mad at the guy that killed his dad, and then upon achieving eternal life, didn't, do anything meaningful. He just hid in the house of the guy who killed his dad, and killed all of his descendants at age 32. He just basically just trolled the family for 6 centuries because they killed his dad. My throat's getting a bit tired though. I'm not gonna keep reading these stories. I'm gonna get a snack. I'll be back in a minute. 1500 though. Some hot dogs. Yeah, basically what happened was, it was a guy that, it was just a 600-year-old guy doing doing a little trolling. I put some hot dogs on the stove. I'm going to go up to turn them over a little bit in a bit. But we can just sit here and chill now and talk. I could put on the, now that we're done with spooky stuff, I'll change the ambiance. I'll just play the Rain World soundtrack, honestly. Hold on, I need to... This... Rain World soundtrack. Oh, I hit caps lock. Kind of fits. I think we can bump, though. This might be loud, though. I need to remove the filter that was making the windows thing louder. How's that volume? Is it too loud? How's the volume? Loud? How's that? Still loud. That better? That's good? Okay. And then let me go back to this. Hold down the button. Okay. And then... take down the mouse again. And we're doing damage. Okay. What should we talk about? Looks to be even more painful than the lurking one. Oh, we've been doing Queen Bee for... when did we start Queen Bee? Oh, this is gonna be bad, DJ, yeah. Okay, we got a bop. I don't think Magma Stone would even work, DJ. 2 hours, 15 minutes? Oh, that's not that bad, honestly. I thought it'd be like 3 hours. What sort of setup am I running?
Tank.
Mower does melee? It doesn't. It's classless damage. Melee damage can crit. I can check a Magma Stone, but... I'm fairly certain it's a fixed 8 classless damage. I eat a lot of hot dogs. I like hot dogs a lot. Also, this is a really specific thing. But Gatorade, okay? Gatorade. You've got the 2 different types of blue Gatorades. You've got Glacial Freeze and Core Blue. Glacial Freeze is fucking incredible. I love Glacial Freeze. Like, absolutely amazing drink. Wonderful. Love it so much. Core Blue, absolute trash. Worse than garbage. I would rather eat vomit than be forced to drink Core Blue Gatorade. And it sucks because you can never tell somebody to get you a blue Gatorade because they make it Core Blue. And it makes it really difficult because, you know, there are a lot of times where you'll get a Gatorade and you'll be like, oh yeah, pick me up a blue Gatorade. And then, oh, the cum flavor one, Marley? Yeah. I remember there was a point in time in college where I had gone to the vending machine and had pressed on the vending machine like the Gatorade button with the one depicted was the Glacial Freeze one, and it fucking split out a Cool Blue. They had the wrong Gatorade in the thing. I don't recognize this song. Where does this play in Rainworld? Did a community service work on an island? You were stuck with Cool Blue Gatorade one day and you straight up just chose to dehydrate in the sun. I don't blame you. I love seeing the bees come out of Queen Bee and then immediately disappear. If you pay attention to it when she's spawning the bees, like, they come out and then immediately despawn and disappear. I wonder if... I wonder why that is. Yeah, I had such unhealthy habits in college. It was weird because you'd be so busy in time, due to time, that you'd eat out a lot or have really quick food and microwavable stuff, pop things in the oven, or go to vending machines and stuff. Like at 2 a.m., you're studying and you only have so many options and you're hungry and you want a snack, so you go down to the vending machine. But God, those things were expensive. And you just get like a bag of chips or cookies or something. I gotta go check my hot dogs. If I'm gone, it's because I'm cooking hot dogs. Yeah, we're almost there. Below 1300. Do I find this fun? No. I don't hate it, but, like, I mean, I'm just sitting here not doing anything. But I decided I was going to do it, so I'm going to finish it. Or do as much as I can to try to finish it, until it gets to a point where it proves impossible. Why are we doing this? Because it won a poll. What model of lawnmower do you use? The red one? Find me somebody that lawnmows bees as their job. It's a fun challenge. It depends on what definition of fun you use. It's a boring challenge. There's a reason that, like, when people asked about lawnmower only, I was like, no, that's stupid. I'm not going to do that. But then I decided I was going to do it. That's what happens when you type frisk into the name select screen before you start mowing your lawn. What the fuck does that mean? Oh, okay. Okay, 1200. Gotta go check my dogs out. Hot dog. Don't want hot dog burn. What boss is next? Probably Deer Clubs. Deer Clubs would be nowhere near this bad. Look, she's not very intelligent, Jonathan. You don't have to make fun of her for it. Everything in college was to stay up all night playing online games with a friend and then go to Waffle House at 3 a.m. Waffle House at 3 a.m. scares me. I would just stay up all night playing Magic the Gathering with friends on Friday nights and then walk home at 3 a.m. Walking home at 3 a.m. scared me. I went to college in Baltimore, and Baltimore is not a city you feel safe in walking around at 3 a.m. I could probably like play I haven't played Undertale. I could probably play Undertale like in the background while doing AFK Lawnmower only run. From a college campus, one of his friends in the physics department worked night shifts at Waffle House. You're a high school graduate now? Congratulations. Trying to get a D&D campaign going in college was such a mess. Because, like, okay, there was a D&D club on campus. And that place had a weird vibe to it. I think it's been about 2.5 hours for Queen Bee, maybe 2:45. I forget exactly. It had a weird vibe on campus. At the tabletop gaming club, the D&D club. It was very non-committal and very people just kind of showed up and played. There was a lot of one-shots going on. Campaigns would run for a couple weeks, half a semester at longest, and then they would go on to other ones. It was mostly in 5th edition. They didn't really play very much besides 5th edition. Hey, Nikitos. And I gotta go check my hot dogs. Okay, my hot dogs are almost done. Almost, not quite. Yeah, I had gone there freshman year, and paid attention to like their whatever emails that they sent out, and they had a day where they were going to, like everyone was announcing the campaigns they were running, which one you want to play, whatever. So I went there and I joined a campaign. It was in 5th edition. It was Adventurers League, which I am not a fan of. I didn't know what it was until I played it there. But Adventurers League I was just not vibing with. It's like standardized D&D, with the idea that it has very strict rules, and you could take an Adventurers League character and bring it to any Adventurers League game with a DM, and just play the character there, which is a cool idea, but that's not the type of thing that I am looking for in a campaign. And it was... Oh, I think my hot dog's done. I gotta go get my hot dog. Well, I'm probably gonna make like a steak. A couple minutes. Hot dog. Hot dog important. Gecko is waiting now. She's not happy. Hot dog. 2 hot dogs, and a steak and cheese. Flare gun? I love the flare gun. Flare gun's great. Okay, no, that's bullshit centerpiece Reese. Okay, the flare gun is great. I will not stand for this flare gun slander. Torches also can't be shot. Yeah, the flare gun, especially once you have coast flares in hard mode. Like, being able to inflict Coast Inferno with infinite piercing, at long range. Okay, but ammo slots are more valuable than inventory slots, because anything that can go in an ammo slot can go in an inventory slot. Like, you could just put your ammo in your inventory. You can buy torches from the merchant, Autistic Cow. I don't know if this is a sun. Every copper spent on torches is a copper wasted. It's copper, it's not worth anything to begin with. God, I love hot dogs. That would be cool, DJ. I cooked my pan molly. Me running back and forth and me running back to a pan full of oil on the stove that had hot dogs in it. Oh yeah, they're good. Real crispy. I like a crispy dog. I don't like boiled dogs. People who regularly eat boiled dogs scare me. You nuke them in the microwave? DJ, what the fuck? I mean, you're welcome to have some. I got about half of a dog left. It's healthier than frying it, and it's convenient. It's a hot dog. It's not really healthy in the first place. And yeah, like, you cut a little bit of oil out of the equation, but it tastes way worse. What are you going to, do you know what you're going to study at college, TJ? Concept design for games, that's cool. She should be taking a lot damage a lot faster now because she's moving a lot faster. So she's gonna dash at us a lot more. Yeah, she's taking damage real rapidly now. Those are good hot dogs. Yeah, you see, now she's really taking damage now that she's sped up. Am idea a game which tells you to go outside? I go outside a lot. There are turtles outside. Yeah, now that we can actually hit her, our ability to play is a lot. This is greatly increased. Our ability to deal damage. Because now that she's sped up a lot. Oh, we haven't done Skeletron yet, no. I think Skeletron would probably be easier than P. I feel like it'd be easier to get hits on Skeletron. The main problem with Queen Bee was, one, her obscene defense, and two, the fact we just couldn't hit her. I think we can switch back into actual game audio now. Time limits, this is on Don't Dig Up. Also, it's on journey mode, so I can just pause time anyway. Again, don't dig up. We were playing on this seed for a reason. That's a familiar sound. But yeah, we just had to wait for it to get damaged enough to get enraged enough for this to happen. Alright, 325 to go. Oh yeah, but what I was saying about the D&D club, it was just, there was a guy who I will describe as the fedora guy, and I feel like that is sufficient information for you to understand the type of person that I'm talking about. That was in my campaign the first time that I'd gone there freshman year, and I, like, could not stand playing in a game with that guy. He was incredibly, like, rules lawyery and, like, bringing up weird things and, like, telling you what would or wouldn't, like, telling you how your character would work. And, like, answering questions instead of the DM saying something. Or, like, the guy that busts out all the weird side pieces, like, obscure published content for D&D 5th edition to min-max a character or something. That sort of guy. And then I just left and didn't show up after a little while in that campaign. But then I tried again sophomore year, and I did actually find a really much better group of people. Fedora guy was not there, and a lot of them are still in, like, the D&D group that I play with now. We had done a campaign based on Innistrad and Magic the Gathering at first, and then we had swapped over to Dungeon of the Mad Mage. And the DM for that, a guy named Jason, he was an inexperienced DM, and he was kind of a blank slate, where he wasn't really very ambitious with things. He was just kind of doing things by the book, and it worked very well. Oh, the fucking fedora guy, though, as I'm getting into here. But the thing with Jason is that he was very impressionable when it came to his DMing style. And fucking fedora guy would, like, hand him OP monsters to put in his campaign. With, like, custom stat blocks that were just miserable to play against. And also, fedora guy would, we would show up to play, like, I think the club started at, like, 7, and we would show up at, like, 6:30, and, no, we'd show up, like, right at 7, but usually other people would show up later. And a couple of us get there a bit earlier. And every single time, we would start, like, right there as things would, it would be, like, our campaign, and then there would be, like, 1 or 2 other people that were, like, showing up a little bit early for the club, and it was fucking always fedora guy. And fedora guy, also, he, like, got unreasonably upset at one of my friends, Adam, the guy that would help me out in Blindfolded, for using spin-down dice instead of regular dice. Spin-down dice are, like, the things you get with, like, Magic the Gathering sets or whatever, where one side of the die has the higher numbers and one side of the die has the lower numbers, so you can, like, keep track of, like, count down from 20 easily. And for most purposes, they're identical to regular d20s. It's slightly easier for them to have more leaning towards one side of the die than regular dice, but we were using a dice tower, so it didn't even matter anyway. But he was, like, getting unreasonably upset and, like, bitching out Adam for using spin-down dice instead of regular dice. Nobody in the campaign cared. The DM didn't care. It was very casual. But he would just, like, do shit like that, and it made it really annoying. Okay, 75? 76. She's basically dead here. How long did that take? 3.5 hours? 3 hours? Something like that. We were using a dice tower, so it didn't matter, DJ. And it's also an incredibly minor effect, and it was also a very casual environment. Nobody actually playing the game cared. It was only the other person that was, like, watching our game that felt the need to comment on what we were doing. I'll probably do a mission or two in XCOM after this, but I think this would be enough for Terraria. Okay, hold on. We need to make it look like we're functional players. Hold on. Wow, look at this. Oh, Jesus Christ. Queen Bee. Queen Bee. Oh, my God. How are we going to do this fight? This is so difficult. Holy shit. Oh, my God. We're taking damage. Oh, my God. It's so stressful. She's at 1 HP. Okay. Giant wave of bees following us. Oh, God. Yo, demolitionist. Destroy my ears. You remember when the demolitionist killed like the giant clump of servants of Cthulhu? And it just like had this incredibly bassy explosion sound. Alright, what do we get? Honeycomb, hive pack, bee gun. Okay. Yeah, like I said, I think that's gonna be it for Terraria for the day. But I'm probably gonna do a mission or two in XCOM. Oh, let me harvest these plants. Oh, I can do that later. Okay. Well, Queen Bee down. And I'll probably do... I don't think Deerclops is going to be nearly as bad as Queen Bee. Deerclops will be the plan for tomorrow. Deerclops and Skeletron, probably. Alright, see you, Centipede Squeeze. Deerclops has much less defense and also doesn't move. So we can very easily manipulate his location, I feel like. So I feel like Deerclops is not going to be a... I plan to stream at noon, but like today my internet was dead for like an hour between 12 and 1. Noon EST, that is. So like if it might be slightly late, but noon is the plan. What the hell? There's supposed to be a character here, but they're just like a... That's a Khajiit tail. What the fuck? Okay, I think we had just done the UFO defense mission. And then maybe something else. I don't remember exactly. Okay, what was happening? Somebody has a promotion? Oh, Dio. We can promote Dio. Okay. Just going to Dio. God, I have, like, no specialists. I have Blue Lizard. And whoever the fuck Owen Taylor is. That's alright, Peaceful Dragon. See ya. I need resistance comms. That's what I need. Alloys, Elerium crystals. But I needed intel. We have plenty of alloys and Elerium, but we need intel. I could also... If I make a radio relay here, that would reduce my intel need.
Our inspiration did prove beneficial.
Plasma rifle. Plasma rifle. Plasma rifle. Sectoid autopsy.
The sectoid's rapid physical evolution over the past 20 years is a testament
Let's
to
do
both the aliens'
alien
mastery
encryption.
of genetic engineering
That's the one we need.
and their pursuit of advancement.
We need a shadow chamber
Regardless
too.
of the
God.
risks,
At
the
least we have plenty of
scientists
engineers.
eager to begin, Commander.
Maximum power consumption reached.
We need a power relay to finish building. It's almost done.
Power relay now operational.
Okay. I'm gonna build resistance comms? Because I
Dramatically
really need to get
pushed
to
our
those
current power systems to the limit. We don't have any capacity to spare, which means we can't expand our facilities further.
facilities. There's nothing going on in the Proving Ground, right? Oh wait, skull mining shit. Okay, whatever.
Our action together is complete, Commander.
I don't know. I
As a
need to
result of our
make
recent
this an
actions
actual
together,
person,
one
but I'll
of
do
my
that later.
greatest followers has chosen to join you on the front line.
Increase income, gain ability points, gather supplies. Let me get some supplies. Put a V1 on it.
We will work hand in hand with our new allies.
Okay, skull mining's done. Yeah, God, I really need to get over to those
Commander, the aliens continue to make progress on the Avatar project.
facilities.
If we're going to slow them down, we'll need to move fast.
I'm working on it.
Signals coming through clear.
Avenger plotting new course.
And you change the title? Yeah, I guess you're right. Hold on. I just keep forgetting to change it back is the thing.
Commander, the aliens aren't slowing down. They've already got multiple facilities operating across the globe. We're running out of time.
Yeah, we're working on it. I really need...
Setting course for West Africa.
to have these comm relays finished so I can get to these facilities. Yeah, sure. How many specialists? No, because Blue Lizard's still shaking, isn't he? Yeah. Skull mine to get intel. Should give. Oh, they have a couple of medkits. Anything to make? Not really. Okay. Let's go for it.
Sky Ranger deployed.
Squad green to deploy.
One of our contacts in the Resistance says Advent peacekeepers have been spotted conducting a sweep near an outpost in this area. The aliens won't hesitate to kill anyone they find, so we're heading in to protect as many people as we can. Secure the camp and eliminate all hostile forces. Menace 1-5, hostile forces are attacking the outpost. Eliminate all enemy units and protect those civilians. Advent came in hot and so did we. You won't have a concealed position for deployment on this one.
Yes.
Cover me! I got this, not a big deal. Oh shit.
Soko concerning. Hit odds not good.
What's over there?
Hold on. Damn it. Nah, 3 soldiers not gonna be able to take out a berserker. But I could at least do an Overwatch trap for it once it starts to move. Flashbang all of them? Could. Flashbangs don't jack shit against stopping the shield bearers from deploying their shields, though.
I will keep an eye
Overwatch.
Would have been nice if he missed, but okay. Get rid of his cover. Because then... You done? Control my character. Just out to finish him off.
Weren't expecting that, were you?
If you say so.
Absolutely.
You lost line.
The sample was just delivered to the test chamber.
Make the onions cake so you can all live happy ever after. I'll keep it in mind. No, not Daniel Boyd.
Our soldiers are suffering out there. We'll need to give them some time to recover when we get back.
Come on, Chief. Let's get back on track.
On our way. Grenade.
I don't think they would, Bob. I don't think they would. Just a hunch. Nice shot, Saga. Nobody's tried talking to them. I think people have tried talking to them.
Going in for the kill. I'm all over it.
I feel like that was probably something that was tried.
It's dead. It has to be dead. Gonna need to reload soon.
Yes. Sure, why not?
Man, you picked a great spot to go hide.
Ah!
Situation much.
No problem. I can handle this.
Get him, Chisago. God damn it, Chisago.
This can't be happening.
I guess that'll be okay. That's it! Need a resupply!
Move it.
Police chief? Okay.
We'll take it.
Please stop killing the civilians. Are you just throwing a grenade at me? Okay, no, that's weird.
Okay, I'll go.
Hold the cover. Kill these two. I'll have to deal with that Viper back there. I'll push you up here.
Understood? Did you see it?
We gotta get up here aggressively, though. Throw axe. Yes, demon.
Yes.
Make sure these mutons die.
Go.
Well, I feel like the story of the game is pretty clear. Aliens bad.
He doesn't
People
seem to
good.
like that. Yeah. Yeah.
Let me buy myself a turn. Freeze these guys.
Try. Excellent.
What? Where do these random civilians right next to the aliens keep coming from?
Do hurry.
Aliens spat is so stereotypical. Well, I feel like the game handles it in an interesting enough way, which is that most of humanity has been convinced that the aliens are good.
It may be dead now.
Oh yeah, I know.
Where did it come from?
I'm trusting you here. Ready to rock.
Affirmative.
Come on, this way.
They're coming for us! It's our only way out!
Random guy's body.
Affirmative.
I'd see you, Bob.
Right on target.
Shit, he's not dead.
You're alive.
Set him up, knock him down. Got it.
As long as they don't shoot the civilians, I don't mind.
I definitely got that one.
Fine.
Khajiit walks in your footsteps.
Reloading.
Could be a faceless after this, though, probably. Oh, Jizogo.
Oh, what happened?
I guess that'll be okay. Get back to the ship. I got it, right?
There's two faceless.
Not in break. Khajiit comes out on top. Thank God.
Menace
Really
1-5,
need these
status confirmed. We're not
resistance
picking
contacts.
up any additional contacts. The AO is clear. Status confirmed. Mission accomplished. We must never doubt the depths to which our enemy will sink in their misguided beliefs. Today's cruel...
After a mission like that, spirits are gonna be high around here. We might have to resupply the bar.
Bladestorm. Like Bladestorm.
You and your crew have dealt another serious blow to the aliens' efforts today, Commander. Impressive work.
Avenger plotting new course.
I need intel.
I do not think I could have predicted this outcome, though it is intriguing. These shield bearers are not all that dissimilar from their
feel like
various Advent peers.
As nice as it would be
Their
to get
armor
plasma
is
rifle
perhaps
now,
the most distinctive feature
I
differentiating
really
them.
need intel to not lose to Avatar
I will
Project.
begin our research immediately.
New objective added.
Having developed a greater understanding of the aliens' encryption methods, we can now construct a facility designed specifically to analyze any materials we recover related to their Avatar project. I would suggest we begin immediately, Commander.
We are victorious, and the cause is advanced.
It's up to you. I don't really care that much if one of these two gets captured.
I'll order my people to get underway immediately.
Not worth devoting an engineer to it.
Resistance communications facility now operational.
Okay. I need to get this ASAP.
Commander, we've utilized all of our available communications capacity. We can't establish any new contacts until we upgrade our systems.
Attempting to establish local regional.
I am sure you will find the results to be as intriguing as I do, Commander.
Spare parts. Proving ground. I don't care that much.
I
Yeah,
agree.
sure. I don't care that
That
much
is an
about any of these.
important task, Commander.
Incoming message for you, Commander. Patching it through to your quarters now.
Leading the Resistance is a daunting task, Commander. But your efforts so far have left many wondering if we have made the right approach. We will have to do better.
Okay, there was an ambush. Okay, well, hopefully these soldiers make it out. Hopefully the Hogwarts Ops have an option to
You've got no time
reduce
to waste.
Avatar Project
Break
progress.
cover and move to the extraction point on the double.
Let's go.
Why the hell is your primary weapon a pistol?
I'm on my way.
Why do you have a tail? Who the fuck is this guy?
They just keep
Wraith
coming.
1, your team is compromised. We're picking up Advent response forces inbound on your position.
my way. Ugh, I don't know what's worse. Spider sense
You leave for 20 minutes, what did you miss? What was the last thing you were here for?
It's clear.
Time to get moving.
Roll 20 Bs at 700 HP. Oh, we killed Queen Bee, and then I was finished with Terraria and decided I want to do a mission or two in XCOM.
Solid copy.
I better get going. Shall we dance? Yikes.
They're moving around the side! Alright, I'll go.
Really not very many enemies between here and the extraction point.
Whatever.
I guess they were all off to the side a little bit.
The mighty hunter's lost his touch.
Oh, that's awkward. Wait, okay, I thought there was one lost and that was the swarm. God, I wish you didn't have a fucking mag pistol as your primary weapon for some reason.
I'm going. Advent forces sighted! Covering.
Take a nap, Sap. Next time you ambush someone, check if he's a superhero first. Sure thing.
Okay, well I hope that soldier's fine. He can evac next turn.
Made it with time to spare.
I don't know who this guy is, but... Okay. Okay. That mission went about as well as you'd expect.
Evac confirmed.
Next time I guess I should make sure he's not equipping a fucking mag auto
All
pistol as his
members of
primary
Wave
weapon.
1 have been successfully evac'd.
If we actually had to fight anything, that would have been really awkward.
I never had any doubts about your capabilities, Commander. Excellent work as always.
Very... Okay, mind.
I suppose since that worked, we might as well keep it up, Commander. We have a chance to deal the Elders a great blow.
Okay.
Should you wish us to, Commander.
Reduce Avatar project progress. Thank you. I would like that. Very much. I'll send these two again.
Understood, Commander. My followers will appreciate the support of your soldiers.
Soldiers of sergeant rank or lower? What do I have of sergeant
Commander,
rank or
I
lower?
appreciate you recruiting new staff for the engineering team, but as it stands, we have people still waiting for an assignment. We can have them working on construction,
Oh, we have plenty of
excavation,
sergeants.
or staffing a
Well, actually, they're
facility.
tired. It's probably worth doing, though. That'll probably be the last mission once we do that supply raid.
Setting course for Sector 7, Western Europe.
Advent has the AO under heavy surveillance, so we'll need to keep a low profile on this one. If we stick to sending in troops Advent hasn't blacklisted yet, it'll decrease our chances of being detected.
Why does it keep wanting to equip a fucking YAG auto pistol? Weapons, right? Yeah, Boltcaster. Wait, no, you're assault auto specialist. Utility items available. Frost bomb. Flashbang. Give you tracer rounds. Med kit. Med kit. Smoke grenade. Okay. Supplies.
Sky.
We're in the pipe. 5 by 5.
Resistance operatives disabled an Advent convoy in this region, and they sent word for us to come
Okay, I
in
think
and
this is
seize
straightforward.
whatever
Just
we
kill
can.
everything.
This is the perfect opportunity for us to recover some of their gear. We'll need to secure the AO and neutralize any hostiles still in the area if we're going to get anything of use out of there. Menace 1-5, the disabled Advent convoy is just ahead. Engage and eliminate all hostile forces. Advent has the AO under heavy surveillance, so we'll need to keep a low profile on this one. If we stick to sending in troops Advent hasn't blacklisted yet, it'll decrease our chances of being detected.
Here we go.
Got you
I'm gonna
covered.
get some.
向かってくるのか逃げずにこのディオに近づいてくるのか
Careful.
Watch your step.
Affirmative.
Beat feet.
I need to move it. I meant to do that.
Move to an awkward position. Damn.
Okay.
Great, now we built another pod doing that.
The aliens may have cleaned up the design, but these monsters are no better than the ones my father dealt with.
2 pods, that's wonderful. Kill it, God. These soldiers suck.
target.
X-ray down.
Yeah, I'm gonna need you to flashbang these guys. As many as we can. Looks like we can only get those two. He's probably gonna fucking launch a bunch of rockets at us.
Let us press on.
Did any of you hit like any shots?
Prodigious size alone does not dissuade the sharpened blade.
He's gonna. Please hit your shot. God, can any of you kill anything? Shouldn't end the
Hey, take care of yourself. Got it.
Okay, thank you, Dio.
Let's get things moving.
Managed to hit a shot.
That could have gone better.
The match is struck. Let us claim this place anew.
Missed.
Carelessness will find no clemency in this place.
Yeah. Damn.
A closer look, perhaps?
You can shoot, maybe? God, you guys can't hit anything.
Chance is a bigger thing.
You gotta blow up those supplies too, damn it.
Whatever you say.
Solid copy. I'm hit. Shot wide.
行くぞ
It's Archons. Or this Archon.
All right.
Should have frostbombed it. Okay, at least one of you actually got a clean shot off on it.
Menace 1-5. Watch those supply crates. If you destroy them, there won't be anything left for us to recover once the area is secure.
Okay, I didn't destroy them, Bradford. Shut up. I don't need you sassing me. Okay, I think I know what I can do here. I've Robotnik up here. I should be able to destroy that mutant's cover.
You have an excellent eye.
Got it.
Just like you finish this guy off. I need him dead.
Let's get out of here. Gotta reload.
Can't grapple anywhere.
I knew all these paths once.
Take it.
Every creature has a weakness.
Please, V1. Okay, thank fucking God.
X-ray neutralized. Ammo's low.
Move, move, move!
Such a mess.
Come on. Reloading.
Our supplies are replenished.
We're green to go.
This might sting.
Does not affect robotic allies. That doesn't sound right.
Locked and loaded.
Was that the world's
Brilliant
sound
scientist
effect?
coming through.
The blood quickens.
I'm on it.
Okay, hopefully there won't be too many more enemies.
On the way.
A marvel of technology. Our Our way is made clear.
Already there.
Dashing.
One step closer to total domination.
Going.
The rabble thrills to the spilling of blood.
Okay, some Vipers and a Spectre, that's fine.
Remind yourself that overconfidence is a slow and insidious killer.
That wouldn't destroy the supplies. So that's fine.
Their cursed champion falls.
We blow up this guy's cover. Somebody else can get a clean shot on him.
In such a little thing.
I'll be M&M. At 89%, we'll take it. God, you
Enemy is still up.
guys can't hit shit. Y'all suck.
Done.
Two soldiers. If they both land their shots, they'll both die. I can frag grenade this guy. That'll be a guaranteed kill. 73% there. I probably get Robotnik as close as I can, and then have Dio frag grenade the Spectre. 82%. Hopefully this is the end.
Status confirmed. All hostiles are down and the area is secure.
Oh, I think that'll be it for today.
Status confirmed. Mission accomplished.
Killed Queen Bee. Took 3 hours, but we killed Queen Bee. And then
commended loyal citizens today for
tomorrow,
standing up to those who
Deoclops and
defended our
Skeletron I think is gonna be the play.
values for those of the old world. The remarks followed a moment of silence for
Deoclops I don't think will be too bad. Skeletron probably will be kind of bad, but
Of all skirmishers. Until it is done, there can be
Lightning
no other path
hands.
for us.
okay. Well, bye everyone.